Okay, we are all set.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch, Chair of the Select Board. I would like to call the Select Board meeting for February 23rd, 2026 to order at 6:34 p.m. The board has convened an open session and will enter into executive session, after which it will return to open session. This meeting is being conducted remotely in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. Because we are remote, all votes taken this evening will be by roll call vote. Before we begin, I will confirm the presence of the select board members participating remotely. As I call your name, please state your name and confirm that you can hear and be heard. Jacob.
Hi, this is Jacob Jones. I'm hearing just fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Thank you. John.
Hi, hearing heard.
Good. Mike.
Hi, Mike Tejan here and can be heard.
Laura.
I'm here and I can hear and be heard.
Great. And I assume you can hear me. All right. So before we move into executive session, Stephanie just wants to make an announcement about tomorrow.
Yeah, so a huge thank you to DPW for doing an amazing job. They're working tirelessly, of course, all day, all through tonight. Schools are closed tomorrow, so we don't have to worry about that. Town offices, there may be a delay, so I will confer with David Robillard early tomorrow morning, and we will post it on the website if there is a delay.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to move into executive session. This is pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss, 1, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to the agreement between the Town of Northborough and Elegant Banquets for the White Cliffs property located at 167 Main Street, Northborough, Massachusetts, as authorized by town meeting under Article 43 of the 2024 Annual Town Meeting warrant. And pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to negotiating a tax increment financing agreement with Saint-Gobain Research America located at 9 Goddard Road as authorized under Article 47 of the 2025 Annual Town Meeting, where discussion in open session may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigation position and the chair so declares. We will also be approving prior executive session minutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. John.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Jacob.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion carries. We will enter into executive session and will return to open session following its conclusion. Okay, so now we have to exit this and go into the executive session invitation, which you all received.
Yep. John Ray, do you need me to send it to a different email or no? Okay.
At the joint development sensory integration, apparently this only happens to boys, shows increased ability to organize its behavior, improved perceptual motor skills, and coordination. Base in language, as the nervous system is more receptive in the young child, treatment is more likely to be effective at a younger age. So it's really lucky to get this occupational therapy, even if, like, who knows what's up with this diagnosis now, or how well it is respected among occupational therapists today. But the stuff that we did was good, and I had great tutoring, and it was work. But I also think just like there's an amount of like this thing is delayed while this thing is bracing forward, and that to me makes sense to some extent. That like if like a lot was going on in my brain, I wouldn't have great control from my body. And yeah, I guess by the time I went off to like middle school and high school, I did not have as many
Are we all here? Are we ready to start?
Ready to start?
Okay. All right, okay, then. At this time, we are returning to open session at 7:54 PM. And we will return to the open session part of the meeting, which begins with public comment. I'd just like to remind everyone that we are being recorded. Okay, so. Hello, what? Didn't someone say something? Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would like to share a public comment? Do we see any hands raised or? No? Okay, then. Let's move on to approval of meeting minutes for January 26th, 2026 and February 9th. I think we have to take these separately because I believe there's a correction on the February 9th meeting minutes. So is there a motion to approve the minutes of January 26th, 2026?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Jacob, seconded by John. This has to be a roll call vote. Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
and John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that passes unanimously. And now on the February 9th meeting, we received an email from Susan Sartori that her name was omitted. I'm sure accidentally from the public comments, and we have to add that back in. Also, Susan mentioned that there was someone after her and that person's name is not on it. So can we just approve this at the next meeting, do you think? Once it's corrected and
Yeah,
we
I
get
think we should table it for now.
I move to table that till next meeting.
great. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura. Mike, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I vote aye. So that is tabled. All right. Next up is a discussion to create a dedicated amount for the Be Well last day of school carnival at Ellsworth McAfee. The discussion and possible vote, and we have a presentation by Allie Lane and Jen Bruno. So would you like to?
Hi, I
Hi.
can start.
Great,
Can I just make a quick Northborough announcement before I begin?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So all of the spring summer brochures have been mailed out and hopefully everybody has received them. I think if you haven't, and I'm thinking it's probably weather-wise, but hopefully you get them by tomorrow. Our spring summer registrations were supposed to start today at 9 a.m. and we moved them to Wednesday at 9 a.m. just to make sure that everybody received the brochure before we started the registration. So I just wanted to let everybody know all that information is on our website. We're super excited to get everybody signed up and get the season going.
Great. I did receive it and it's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Now we just need you to sign up for some trips or programs.
Well, I have a 3-year-old granddaughter, so
Oh, perfect.
can start at 3.
Excellent. Well, thank you for entertaining that. To start, Jen and I just wanted to thank all of you. Some of you weren't there in the beginning in 2022 when we started discussing what we wanted Be Well to be in the town. It really started off as a way to get the community together during COVID when we couldn't be together. So we sat down as a group, a whole bunch of department heads, Mary Ellen from the schools, and tried to figure out what we could do in a safe way to bring people together. And we came up with the last day of school event, the carnival that we did. It was extremely successful. Everybody came out. and we've already done it for 4 years. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I can honestly say I don't get more compliments on anything else. This is the biggest, most complimented program that we run. Everybody loves it. Parents, kids. I mean, we get kids from all the way from young little ones all the way up to teenagers that come and participate. It's for everyone. We see lots of grandparents. And the past couple of years, we've incorporated some of the nonprofit not businesses, the nonprofit, what's the word I'm trying to think of, groups that are in town, the garden committee, the Rotary Club. We have all sorts of different people. Some of the youth groups, as far as football, came last year and they got a whole bunch of signups. It was really successful for them. So we're trying to incorporate all of the town information. It started out as a way for each department head and the schools to have a booth where when people came to play on all the activities that we have, they can also come and talk to each department and learn what we have to offer for the town. Which has been very successful. We've gotten a ton of people to sign up for programs, people that didn't even know we were there. They were either new to town or they just hadn't been paying attention. We got a lot of adults that wanted to do our trips over the summer. So it's a really, and I know Jen, for the library, you guys got a lot of business as well through that program.
Yep, we had 200 summer reading signups just at that event alone. So that was, yeah, it's our single biggest outreach event every year.
Yes. So I mainly just wanted to thank the board for allowing us to receive the ARPA funds to do this. And we used it for 4 years. And last year we spoke to the board that we were going to be out of ARPA funds at the end of the Be Well program last year. And they made it clear that they wanted us to try and find another way to continue this successful program. So Jen, Isabella, and myself went out and actively looked for, we tried to find some grants. We applied to a few. Unfortunately, we did not receive them through the grants. So then we started looking for sponsors. I sent out many letters to local businesses trying to see if anybody would be interested in helping us sponsor this event. And I'm very happy to say that we did receive 2 businesses that wanted to help us out as co-sponsors. The whole program costs about $10,000. So we got Central One Credit Union to sponsor for $5,000, and we got St. Colbean to sponsor for $5,000. I was very excited because we reached out to both of them and they seemed very receptive. We spoke for quite a few phone calls and emails, and ultimately decided that it would be a really great program for us and for them to help us out with. So what we're here doing now is, because this is the first time we're taking sponsorships, is that we need to open up an account. And the last time I came to you guys, I was looking to open up an account to take donations for the dog park. So what we're looking to do now is to be able to open an account to take these 2 donations and hopefully many more in the future so that we can keep this program going. Do you guys have any questions?
So Mike, you unmuted yourself. Did you want to start a conversation? Did you want to ask your question, or?
Sure, I'm always ready to start a conversation, for better or for worse. Yeah, no, thank you, Allie. For all you and staff do to run this program over the last few years. I can certainly echo its success. It's always super crowded down at Ellsworth McAfee. It's almost like the Yogi Berra joke, like, oh, it's so crowded, no one goes anymore. It's like, it's always a great time. But yeah, no. So thank you. From my perspective, yeah, I have no issue of using money from Central One Credit Union in St. Gobain and not the town's money to run this program. So I'm supportive of giving you the authorization to open the account and to use this money to run that awesome program.
Thank you, Mike.
So Allie, for me, I echo Mike's many thanks, and I more fully understand how successful the program is now. But I have a little bit of concern about taking a donation from a company that we are in the midst of, a financial arrangement discussion with. And I would propose that we consult with our lawyer to see if that at all would put us in some kind of conflict of interest situation. So
Okay. Yeah.
I want to hear from my fellow board members. Anybody? Lori, your hand is up.
I just, sorry. I just have my only question. I appreciate all of your efforts here to figure out ways to do this without impacting funds from the town. I did wonder about how this is going to affect. There's a lot of different groups that solicit donations from the town. We've got community affairs, we've got the cultural council, we've got, and I'm just wondering, and now we're going to have economic development coming up. So I wonder if we want to have a wider conversation about how to really make sure we're doing this in an effective way, so that we're not having all of these different groups going after the same businesses for donations. And I think that that's possibly another conversation for another day, but I just want to mention it because it is something that I feel like as a business owner, that can be a little bit overwhelming, having all of the different requests coming in. And I don't know what the right answer is offhand, but that was just my initial thought on that.
Anybody else from the board have any thoughts about this? Jacob?
Can I just ask maybe a procedural question about, this is maybe for our finance director, if he wouldn't mind me asking a question. We kind of went through this questioning on the dog park fund, and I've maybe just forgotten the answer. What would be the harm in saying, well, these entities can donate to the general fund, and we will make our best efforts to make sure that they get appropriated to this particular project or that particular project, as opposed to special account for X, special account for Y, special account for Z. Like, I remember there was an answer to that. I just don't remember what the answer was.
Through the chair, I would answer that saying that the gift funds are generally not general fund revenue unless they're the town-wide. If it was, say, somebody left money with no specific strings to it at all or no purpose to the town, it could go into the general fund. But typically, gift funds go to what's called a special revenue fund. So it's held outside of the general fund and spent without appropriation generally. So it's the section of law that covers gifts and grants. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So if I'm understanding right, the gift giver is going to want to know that it's going for whatever purpose.
Right.
And in order for us to be able to legally say, yes, it will only be used for that purpose and not appropriated by someone who has a different reason to spend it, is through one of these accounts. Is that?
Yeah, so typically the purpose of the executive officer, which is the board, approving the expenditure of it, is to have an understanding of what the strings are for a donation. So the executive body would have a say in what we're agreeing to.
Yeah. So Madam Chair, so on this one, I'm kind of like Mike. If these two entities want to give $5,000 to a program that Ali's explained really well, and Jen, and thank you both for the work that you do for our town. And it's $10,000 that now the town doesn't have to generate from tax revenue. I'm generally favorable for that kind of idea. So I'm favorable of doing this, but I also agree with the chair that I'd like to just wait and make sure our lawyer, if just says this is fine, this isn't optically wrong. I'll say from my perspective, and I can't speak for anyone but myself, is I found out about this way late in the process. The town will recall the town meeting voted to direct us to enter negotiations for the TIF with Saint-Gobain, and that we've been diligently doing that ever since town meeting. And I only found out about this thing recently. I'll say finding out about this had zero impact on my inclination toward a TIF or anything related to that. And so it doesn't go into it, but I understand how the optics of it can be, not great given the timing. So as I said, I'm generally in favor of accepting money for someone, and if they say it's for this purpose, then I'm not going to say no to that. For the future, I do think we as a board ought to think about a bigger plan for how to do this, because to my friend Laura's point over there, like, well, what if I wanted to hit up company A or B for a special donation to our snow plowing fund? We need more snow plowing money, or we need more. There's 100 things that are good causes, and this is, of course, seems to me to be a good cause. But there's lots of good causes that I'm sure we'd like to get as much contribution from our community as possible. So I'm not trying to say that to throw a wet blanket on the roaring fire here. So I would vote to accept this pending confirmation from our lawyer that everything's fine. That's all.
Anyone else have any comments? Ally and Jen, when do you need this money by? When do you start spending the money?
Well, the main portion of it, which is a little more than half, is to pay the vendor that comes in with all of the equipment, the toys, the games, the bounce house, all that fun stuff. So we would need to secure a contract with him as soon as possible. Our issue is that the last day of school keeps changing. So I have to keep calling the vendor and saying, oh, no, can we do the 18th? Oh, wait, no, the 22nd, the 23rd, and now the 24th. And it seems like we're not going to have school tomorrow. So now we're looking at June 25th as the last day of school. So I do need to contact our vendor and make sure that that day is available. And if he says yes, we would need to sign into a contract, which I could give a PO for, but I'll wait until we hear back from the lawyers.
Okay. Mike, you.
Yeah, just thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to write, so the agenda item is for opening of the account, which would then say accept the checks from Central One and Saco Bain. So could we still open the account to cash Credit One's check, so that way Ally's got something to work with? And then I would assume if our lawyer or town attorney was like, no, don't do it, we're not going to do it. So if they review it and are fine with it, we can then go ahead and cash St. Cobain's check. So I'm kind of wondering, is that a way that we could still move this down the field? Ally can get the work done that she needs to get work done with the funds that she can get now, or at least use the Credit One funds, because you said it was about half.
Right.
So is that a way that, as we all said, right, this is, maybe us just trying to make sure everything appears above board, which, because it is. But it allows Ally to get the ball rolling without maybe delaying it till another select board meeting.
Well, actually, though, Ally, could you go ahead? What if the lawyer says you better not take this money this year? Could you go ahead and do the event?
Technically, yes. The rest of it would be coming out of my revolving account. If that were the case, I would actively try and find another sponsor. So once I found these two, I stopped. I literally was cold calling people. So I feel like, I walked into Central One, talked to them, told them about the event, found out that the woman had already been to the event numerous times, was super excited. We were able to go into that. So I feel like if it's not possible, then I'm very hopeful that I would still be able to find an additional sponsor.
Okay, we have a comment from the public, from the Northborough Rotary Club. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. We're kind of it's Skip and Pat Doyle representing the Northborough Rotary Club, and we're just kind of happy to be here this evening to certainly approve of any plans for this amazing event. We've been a part of it now for 3 years, and we see the amazement, the wonder, the joy on the young people's faces, the interaction with their parents, with the young people. We've been giving out Table Talk pies, the little pies that we have donated from the Table Talk Pie Company every year. We would hope that there were no roadblocks that could be placed in the way of this event happening. We have had many donations ourselves as a club from both Central One and Saint-Gobain. And if something were to fall apart, I mean, we'd be happy to help you, Ally, get things going. So just we want to make sure that it happens. So we're very glad that there's a chance that it's going to happen, and we will be a part of it again. And thank you and Jennifer so very much for putting this program together. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Pat.
you for the comment. Okay, but I hope that people understand the sensitivity of the Saint-Gobain donation, and that any vote tonight, I think I'm hearing from the board that people would just like to confirm with the lawyer that it's okay that we accept that money or not. So,
Mitch is going to raise his hand.
Mitch, thank you.
Thank you, Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I look at the, who's providing the checks for this, and the question about any improprieties as being an administrative decision. If this had come up 6 months ago, Ally wouldn't have known who was providing the money. The board would have presumably opened the account and looked for funds. And then the town administrator has the responsibility to say, hey, can we accept this money? So you can do, exactly that. Open up the account and just ask Stephanie to confirm with town council that the receiving the money from Saint-Gobain is legitimate before cashing that check, and that have that be dealt with on the administrative side. Normally, the board doesn't review every donation to an active revolver account like this. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comment. I think personally, I'd like to hear the comment from the lawyer, because it's a kind of a learning thing for us. I don't know how my fellow board members feel about that.
I definitely would like their feedback.
I'd be okay with opening the account, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess my
I
question
can
isn't around,
absolutely do that.
and my question isn't around the account. My question is around the donor, which I appreciate their generosity, but I want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves at risk. And I would like to have a future discussion on how we manage this at the town level in terms of who's donating and who's, how that process happens, just so that we're not going after multiple companies with multiple organizations. We can stream. I don't know what the best practice is, to be honest, but just to put it out there as a future conversation point.
Well, I think we can all, we can do a little homework, see what other towns do. There is, I briefly researched it, and for example, the town of Boxborough has a gift policy, and maybe Jason, you could help us out. Is there a policy that we have that helps us negotiate these donations?
We don't have any specific policy, except for within our financial policies, we say that we'll follow the law. That's the extent of it.
And there is a law about a municipality accepting gifts.
Yeah, in fact, whenever we have one of these on the agenda, we cite that law. It's chapter 4453A is Mass General Law, chapter 4453A is the citation, but that's the gift and grant statute in the law. And basically I think, if I'm reading between the lines of what's being asked, is that by opening the account, you're pre-approving the donations for this specific purpose be consolidated into an account and be approved for expenditure in advance.
Okay, right, and that we would accept the gift from Central One tonight.
Right.
Okay, so let's make sure that the motion is very clear, that we are opening the account and accepting a donation from Central One Bank, and soliciting opinion from town council about other donations. Is there a motion to that effect?
It's so moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mike, seconded by Jacob. Roll call vote. Well, any other discussion about this? All right. Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Okay, so we will get back to you about the second part.
Thank you very much,
Thank
everybody.
you.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is budget overview. Hi, Jason.
Hi.
So you're going to give us the latest on the numbers, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's see. There, do you see a cover screen that says budget overview?
Yes.
All right, great, thanks. All right, so the the um the point we're at tonight is that I was this is what I intend to talk about. I was going to start with just talking about, I'm not going to go through all of the financial projections that we made back at the summit, but I'm going to talk about the conclusions that were drawn from the purpose of those 5-year projections that we made back at the summit in August. Then I'm going to talk, just touch briefly. I'm going to move through these slides pretty quickly because there's quite a few of them. But at the end, I mean, I think we'll talk about the budget policy that we talked about to start our budget in November, and the budget instructions that were given to departments back in December. And then, I'll revisit the memo that was sent in January stating where we were, and then get into where we are today with the budget. So not to surprise anybody, we're still looking at an unfunded $1.33 million budget shortfall, and going by the policy that was set in November, that would be filled with an override, or proposed to be filled with an override, using those policy guidelines. We'll talk about we've heard loud and clear from people that we don't want to see an override in 27. So we're going to talk about some potential options to avoid that necessity. And then I'll just run through some updated 5-year projections given the trajectory of where things are in the budget today. So, all right, so starting with what our conclusions were, and please feel free to stop me if anybody feels like I'm going through something too quickly, or if anyone has a question. So in August, we looked at 5-year projections, and we saw that using modest budget increases for the town departments and the school departments, using 3% projections, that our excess levy capacity was going to be exhausted in fiscal 27. And then overrides would be needed to maintain that level of expenditure, the modest level of expenditure with 3% budget growth from 28 to 31. So across that horizon, those overrides totaled about $5 million across that period of time. And then that was resulted in an average tax bill increase of 5%, or $583 a year. So one of the conclusions was that given our proximity to the debt policy limits that the town has for itself, it would be important to limit the capital improvement plan to crucial projects, and consider carefully how we're going to pay for them. For example, using Proposition 2.5 debt exclusions, given our levy capacity. And then prepare for the Peasley School project, which is the next major project in the pipeline in the capital improvement plan. And then knowing these things are coming, maintaining, doing everything we can to maintain our bond rating of AA1 with Moody's. And so through that, by adhering to our financial policies and then continuing to address our long-term liabilities. And then another point to consider was that the SAFER grant, which was a significant grant that allowed for hiring of 8 firefighters, is coming to an end in FY28. So we would need to prepare for 3 months of those salaries in 28 to maintain that staffing. And again, the point is that there's a number of policy decisions to be made as we go along. So here, going through this quickly, these are the projections we looked at. Again, I'm not going to go through these, but that's basically what I navigated in the first screen. And again, this slide here is the revenue projections. In the top line, you can see the revenue required to balance the budget as being displayed as an override. So there's the line that's in bold down below says unused levy capacity. That's all zeros across the board. And then if you add the 4 years from 28 to 2031, that's the $5 million I referenced earlier.
Oh, Jason, you said we could interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Does the override amount reflect the SAFER grant hires and Peasley School?
Yes, those are included in the models. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. So, and again, this is the bottom line of the tax impact projections that were made at the time, and that's where the $583 estimate across 5 years was made. And then this is a graph of our historic average tax bill increases from 2017 to 2014 to 2026. I think that might have been a typo in the heading there, but 363 across those years, and then 583 going forward here for the projected years. All right, so heading into November after August, we set our tax rate in November, and so what changed from what we presented in town meeting and at the summit? What changed from then till when we set the tax rate? We used a projection of 5% for single family home values increasing. And those actually went up 6.3% instead of the 5% we used for the projections. So when we're looking at these numbers, we're comparing them now to a higher valued single family home. $705,851 is the new value. I think we use something slightly below 700 for the projections. So the total tax base, the total value of the town also increased more than we had projected. So that was an increase of 4.6%. So the tax base that the appropriations that the town makes and gets spread over for the purpose of taxation is $4.725 billion. And then we managed the impact over FY25. We projected that was going to be a 10.5% increase. And again, that was known, and we took great efforts to notify people that we were going to have debt excluded debt related to the fire station project coming in FY26. So how close were we in our projections? Well, we moved some numbers around, but it came out pretty close where we projected a $989 tax increase at town meeting. And then that would have been a 10.5%. And it turned out to be a $998 increase, or 10.6%. So what changed? There's a number of things that can change from the point that the legislative body votes on appropriations at town meeting, and when we actually set the tax rate. So there's very few things, but there are a few things that changed. That being on the expense side, debt was increased $70,000, and I know a memo was sent to the board to discuss this, but this is the result of we go to town meeting with an estimate, and then the bond rate was known after the budget was completed. So there's an additional 0.1% that we needed to provide for in the budget to pay our debt. So we're legally required to pay our debt in Massachusetts. That's why credit quality is good for municipalities in the state. So we have the capacity to raise that if we don't have an appropriation to pay it. So we needed to add $70,000 to the debt service budget, basically. IGVT, that stands for intergovernmental. That's our state assessments that are netted off of our state aid. That is what it is at the time. We don't know what it is during town meeting. We have an estimate based on the governor's budget right now, but we typically don't know that final number till July. So that's well after town meeting. So that was a $38,000 more than what we knew about at town meeting. We had to increase our Worcester Regional assessment by $24,000. And additionally, we had budgeted 0 for overlay, but overlay is kind of the balancing factor, and it's rounding to the cent in the tax rate. So we raised $28,000 in overlay. So that net amount was a change of $161,000 in total. And then how did that come to be on the revenue side? Because we have a balanced budget. The property taxes were lessened by $373,000. We were receiving $111,000 more in state aid than what was projected at town meeting time. We increased local receipts by $423,000 to meet that $161,000.
Jason, quick question. So
Sure.
our single family home value higher than we had anticipated at $705,851.
Yeah.
Our property taxes, I'm sorry, that's correct?
Yeah, they increased more than we projected, yeah.
And then our property taxes are lower than we had thought. They're $373,000 less than we projected. Can you just provide some insight into that?
Yeah, so the property taxes were lowered because we increased the local receipts, because the other thing we have the benefit of knowing that we can set our local receipt budget higher as a result of having closed the books for the prior year. So we basically raised local receipts to mitigate the increase in values that went up higher than what was projected.
Just I'll test for understanding. Aren't those independent? So an assessment of $705,851,000 and property tax lower than anticipated $373 is completely independent of local receipts, I think. Is that correct?
No, well, local receipts, all the other revenue sources get counted first, and then taxation is what fills in the gap at the end. So if you get increased state aid, that will lower your tax levy. If that makes sense, John.
Maybe.
So
the 705 and the 705,851 and the 370, the assessment of our property taxes being higher than we had thought, and our revenues being lower. The revenues are tied to the other things in the equation you're describing here, local receipts and state aid. Is that, to me, it would reflect single family home values or other property assessments in town, but that sounds like it may not be correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow your question.
So single family homes, 705,851. Why is property tax revenue less than we thought of 373?
Well, it's an estimate. When we go to town meeting, they're estimates. So we say, we're going to spend a collection of make a collection of appropriations for what the town's going to spend, and then we meet that by raising and appropriating money. So that comes from state aid, it comes from local receipts, and then the balance comes from taxation in the end. So whatever is not like raised by one of these other sources gets filled in with taxation at the end of it. So if we were to increase a budget for local receipts, which happens when we set the tax rate, that those numbers are set in stone at that point. If those numbers are higher than or can be raised at that point, it does decrease the taxes that are levied. Does that help answer the question?
Jacob has his hand up.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question that maybe clarifies a little bit? I think it's the same question, but maybe asked in a different way. So when we set the tax rate in November, whenever we set the tax rate, was that
Yeah,
November?
it's generally November. Yeah.
Is a blur. Yeah. So by that time, we had a known number for the local receipts, right? True.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that known number for local receipts was quite a bit higher than what we were estimating before. And as a result of that, and among all these other factors that are all moving, we were able to tax 373,000 less with the tax rate that we set. In other words, we were able to pick a lower tax rate as a result of that than what had been estimated before we knew the final number on these. Is that a good way of saying it?
Yeah, I mean that's one way to say it. Yeah.
Okay, that's how I think about it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jason.
So again, I just want to bookmark this for later in the discussion to talk about why it's kind of important to have some of this flexibility as we move from town meeting time, because we're looking at we have to be very careful now that we're exhausting our levy limit. So we're not going to have unused levy that could we're going to have to be much more exact in our calculations. So that was kind of my point of going into the detail on this and using this as a bookmark to go back to. So if there's no more questions, I'll go on to the next slide.
I think we're
All right,
good.
So at this period of time too, we've typically know what our free cash number is after having closed the books for the prior year. And the instructions were written to departments to begin their budgets in December. So the free cash plan that was settled on, and this is an important milestone in the budget process, it sets some overall guidelines that we go to the board and ask them to approve a free cash plan. And that's in our financial policies that annually we have a free cash policy that calls for a free cash plan. And this was the plan that was settled on this year. And it's important for the other bodies to know what's available. Typically, there's some basic amounts that are used to fund the budget, like $500,000 typically underwrites the operating budget. We set aside $175,000 for the Appropriations Committee Reserve Fund. And typically the balance is used towards capital. And the theory being aligning one-time money with one-time costs, and typically that's kind of how the capital plan can be viewed in a lot of ways.
So Jason, if I'm reading this correctly, if you wouldn't mind going back a slide, just
Yep. No, I don't mind.
So looking at our free cash and the different places it goes, we would end up with $700,000 net positive going to a reserve fund based on the information that's on the slide.
Yeah, so free cash gets recalculated every year. It expires at the end of a fiscal year and then gets recalculated. So in theory, this $700,000 would roll over if it weren't used for anything else. It's just what's within our fund balance, within money that we have in our savings account, and free cash is one of the town's reserves. that it has under its reserves policy. So $700,000 would count toward the town's reserves.
Great. And then this also includes a reserve fund for appropriations of 175 that would go into their reserve fund.
Yep. Yeah. Not to confuse the two concepts, but yeah, there's an article for a reserve fund, a FinCom reserve fund, which is in Northborough, it's called the Appropriations Committee. So the Appropriations Committee manages a fund where extraordinary unforeseen expenses can be covered from the reserve fund with a vote of the Appropriations Committee. And so far, that's they've already voted one transfer this year, and that was for the additional student at the Norfolk Agricultural High School. But that's the purpose of having that reserve fund. It's for extraordinary unforeseen expenses, and generally at the end of the year, we would go before the Appropriations Committee and close the snow and ice overage. Typically annually, and use those funds, any funds that are left in the reserve fund for that.
And then how should I think about the $500,000 in the operating budget being a negative number?
It's just shown here as a negative, as drawing down what we have available. So it's an underwriting amount from free cash. So it would be kind of similar to in a household budget, if you're going to spend $500,000 more than you or some amount more than what you brought in, it's basically money in savings.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes,
Sure.
please.
Yeah, it's like it's a negative here, but it sort of ends up as a positive on the operating budget. I've commented in various times that my preference would be if there was a way to take some amount of free cash after each year, because as we know, free cash really is it's unspent money we taxed ourselves last year that we could have taxed ourselves less last year theoretically. My preference would be find a way to get a check back to the taxpayers of some amount of that. Seems to be very difficult to do that, or we've obviously got a lot of problems with upcoming overrides that maybe counsel against that. So in my opinion, the second best thing, that's the best thing, that's the best use of free cash. Second best use of free cash, I think, is if you put some in the operating budget, you're effectively doing the same thing by reducing the amount needed for taxation next year.
Yeah.
And I know when we voted, normally historically, if you look, Jason will correct me if I'm wrong, but historically that number that we've sort of the town has chosen to sort of carry over to for the next year has been 500,000, and coincidentally or not, also the amount we've been using to supplement the operating budget has been limited to 500,000 each year. Both of those numbers have been just coincidentally 500,000. I think you'll all recall we voted to not do what we've done for many years, which is put 200,000 toward our stabilization fund. That's the general stabilization fund, like true reserves, I'd call them. And we all talked about that. We voted for it. But then what happened was the result was the 500 on the remaining after plan line absorbed the 200 that we took out of the stabilization fund, and that's where it got put. And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, Jason, because we're only in November on your timeline. I'm going to be in favor of taking that 200 that we put into carry over to next year and actually put that into operating budget. So the operating budget sort of application from last year's free cash would be 700 instead of 500. And I generally the reason is because that 500,000 number was set back when our overall town budget was 50 million.
Yeah. So
now we're over.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. Yeah.
So you may not be disappointed when you see some of the suggestions when we get to the end of the presentation. So
I'll hold my comments till then.
So typically that remaining after the plan just means that's what's left unspent or remaining available. So I mean the point isn't to say that this is reserves, it can't be touched, but the 500,000 being recurring has always kind of been a conservative practice that the town has employed, where we've left 500,000 knowing that, hey, next year we'll have our $500,000 there at least if everything comes in. And again, the way free cash gets generated, it's the revenues that come in above budget, and it's the combination of that plus the appropriations that close out, unspent money from budget. So if everybody spent everything in their budget, all our revenues came in exactly as we budgeted them with no surplus, then we'd still have that $500,000 and we wouldn't have a shortfall in the next year's budget. That was kind of the thinking about that. I mean, typically, we can't have a negative free cash because the state won't set our tax rate if we're too aggressive with our local receipts. And the state, we can't, it's illegal to overspend budgets. So typically there's only going to be closeouts from appropriations. So it's a conservative approach to finances, but it's by design, and it's that's what the state requires as well under state law. So and again, this is just the showing what the proposed uses of our fund balance were. So if there's no further questions on this, I'll move on to the next slide. All right, so what did we talk about in January after we started putting the budget together from after departments started giving their submissions and so forth? Because of the some of the increases in some of those fixed costs, or I'm calling them fixed costs, but including like health insurance, we had modeled at the summit that we would have a 4%, because again, not knowing, we were still going through the practice of the RFP with our joint purchasing arrangement being Southborough and the regional schools. We hired a new consultant and started looking at our renewal rates, and they were saying that 12% was more likely. So that we pushed up our local receipt estimate again, and to get back closer to a 3% to be available, and we got to 2.9%. So those were the instructions that were given out in December, was to stay within a 2.9% budget increase, even though we kind of mapped out a 3% at the summit. So 2.9, virtually 3%. So the town departments are coming in within 2.9%. And at this point, most of the labor contracts have been settled for 27. The municipal employees just settled on January 12th. So we know some of those labor costs now, and they're not as big a question mark within the budget. So the education budgets, obviously we've heard from, I think, the superintendent up here before the select board, and the superintendent came to the appropriations committee and presented already, and discussed some of the budgetary issues that they're having this year, given special education enrollments and costs and transportation costs and so forth. So basically, their budgets are about $1.8 million above the 2.9%. Health insurance was estimated back here at 12%, given a renewal being high, the renewal rate being higher than what we kind of guessed at the summit. And then that's not expecting any plan design changes. So the other highlight I would want to point out is that the capital improvement plan totaled $13.3 million, and that would require $4.4 million of debt, and $3 million of that would have been for Z School's roof in that, and then the shortfall in the budget was 1.44 million at that point. John, you got your hand raised.
Thank you. Couple questions. I think one, the town departments within 2.9%.
Yeah.
I believe direction was to model 3% and 0. I think there was a 0% we wanted to do, but maybe we'll get in that in the appropriations. But my real question is the health insurance estimate at 12% increase. Is that inclusive in the town department budget with the 2.9%, or is that additive?
No, that's additive. So the town
So-
departments are simply the appropriations that would be funding each department of the town, given, you know, the finance, administration, the public works, police, fire, library, senior center, like the town.
Are raises included in that? Merit increases and things of that nature?
Yes.
Why would
Yes.
health insurance and other fringe benefit costs not be included in a town depart? I think it's misrepresenting what the town department increases if there's a separate line item, which includes some folks that are retired that we have, you know, obligations to, but it also includes like the town department budget that we should be looking at trade-offs to offset some of that cost.
Yeah, so there's a number of items that get carried separate from departments. I mean, the departments don't decide their health insurance. It's an obligation of the town to provide health insurance to the employees. So that's typically, those are grouped together. We call them undistributed expenses or you know, overhead. I know a former town administrator here was calling them fixed costs at one point. So yeah, they're not carried with the town departments, but the town departments that are preparing their budgets need to have some guidelines. So the exercise that we did at the summit over the summer was to talk about show your budget at 3% and then talk about what you would have to do, what you would have to cut in order to provide a 0% budget. And then when we looked at the capacity that we had available when we came forward to November and the instructions that were given out, we gave out the 2.9% instructions.
So I guess it's not clear to me, seeing as a health insurance is something I would think would be in the town budget if it's a cost of a town employee that sits in a budget in a town cost center, is what else is like, so what was the direction on variable cost? Is variable cost 0 or -5%? Like what makes up that 2.9% increase if there are things that are in those budgets headcount wise that aren't included in it? Maybe we'll get into this when we get into deeper budget conversations, but this slide is insightful for me.
Yeah, so we could go back to the details that you know, I provided a memo to the board at the time and in January, and I was just trying to highlight the key points from it. So the departments don't typically budget for the undistributed expenses like, you know, debt service, insurance, health insurance, and all those other things, but those things are carried separately, and we do display them prominently in the budget documents so that it's known that those costs are there. But for example, you know, we know we're going to have to pay debt. We know we're going to have to pay a retirement assessment to the retirement system and so forth. So there's not really a way to, you know, it's not discretionary on a departmental level to include them within their budgets. So.
Right, and just want to make sure I'm clear on the detail. But it's also not discretionary what they might get from merit increases based on union contracts, things like that. But those are included in here, right? Like any increases to real wages, or those are included in here. We're just choosing to put health insurance outside of a town department budget.
Yeah, they're not. The health insurance is not included in town departmental budgets. Correct.
Awesome. And then the other thing I want to better understand is how many headcount additions are in the budget next year, and do we have any open headcount right now for backfill?
So the last time the town included any increase in staffing was FY25. So there's no increases in 26, none in 27 on the town side. I think there's actually within the school's budget, I think that they are actually reducing staffing within their budget. But yeah, there's staff positions that are open. I'm aware of possibly two positions that are open on the town side. I'm not that up to date on all of the positions, but there's typically not a lot of migration on the town side. Typically, we you know, people stay in town.
No, thank you. And I think, and we don't solve this here, but I do think headcount is probably something the select board may benefit from better visibility to on backfilling and what's the job, and just making sure we would prioritize that over something else, or perhaps not filling it. Headcount is one of the things I think that probably don't have as much insight into. And it sounds like some of the reason is we haven't had an ad since fiscal year 25, when maybe we brought on the additional media person. But I do think that we should be looking at expenses very carefully as a select board, and understanding fixed versus variable costs as we get into this, because I think things are tight not just in Northborough but across private and public sectors right now.
Yeah, so John, just to revisit 25, I know that the headcount that was added at that point was there was a police officer that was added. There was a reorganization where they created an additional lieutenant position, but lost one of their reduced one of their sergeant positions. The town accountant position was created that year. And then there was a part-time, or there was an admin assistant that was added to the DPW, but that's split with the enterprise fund, so it's not 100% reflected in the general fund. And then I believe a part-time town clerk's employee was added that year. But
Yeah.
I think the media department has stayed level in terms of staffing there. I know that they've been more prominent with their activities, but I think it's the same level of staffing that's existed within that
Maybe
department.
there's a replacement. So I think in general, it'd be good to, I'll learn in this process, first budget process, but headcount will be important. I think we hired a facilities manager at some point in the past. I look at like the DPW admin and management versus people that are doing work. That ratio is a little different than I imagine, but I would want, as we get into some of these things and better understand the expenses of the town, is to understand the headcount piece. And I know Jason and I have talked about, I love the way that you show your historical headcount for your department over the past 5 years. It's like super clean, and you can see how it, and that's the kind of things that I think we should be looking at. Because when I see the 2.9% town budget increase, I want to get more comfortable with it. Like even learning health insurance is including that is a bit of a surprise to me. So learning the details in this process is something I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, so again, you may be wondering how we're staying with a 2.9% increase within these departments, and I'm sure a lot of it is preserving the staff that's within their departments, since the cost of living is typically, over time has been 2% annually, and then meaning that the wage rates that are in our personnel bylaw are increased 2%, but moving within it, there's a merit pay provision in our bylaws that allows for a January 1st increase, within those ranges. So to stay within 2.9%, I think most of the departments are probably cutting expenses in order to maintain their staffing within their departments.
Yeah, I'm interested in that, in the sense that I'm hearing numbers below 2.9% when you're referencing these things, and I'm seeing 2.9%. So it's higher than I would think when I don't see health insurance costs in there. So again, education for me. Haven't seen detailed budgets. Everything's been presented.
Yeah.
So I like data more than presentations. So the more that we get into that, I think they'll be super useful. But this slide is providing me a lot of insight I didn't have 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. So just in terms of headcounts too, John, I mean, that table that I presented, I think it told a story about the staffing within finance, at least, over a long period of time. And that's typically, that those headcounts are typically something we would ideally put in departmental budgets as we work through them. The older format of the budget documents that we used, which was formally met all the standards of the Government Finance Officers Association to win their Distinguished Budget Award. We've tried to prepare some of those documents in that format, and that includes headcounts. So the ones that we've prepared so far do have gone back to including those those personnel tables.
Yeah, and Jason, when we get into the detail, you have that for each department. Like I'll see a similar view for DPW and all the other
Yeah,
different.
so if you were to look at, the DPW's budget was prepared using that format, and the police so far, we've not gotten too far on a lot of the other departments, but that there within that 2.9%, there's no new staff in 27 to be clear. I mean, that's the takeaway that I wanted to
Yeah, and there's 2 open positions right now.
yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, quick question, if I can jump in.
Oh,
The second main bullet point, the 1.8 million above 2.9%. Mike corrected me, I think he knows the exact percentage amount, but it seems like the school was like 5 point something, 5.8, 5.9. Maybe Mike
Yeah.
knows. But the difference between 2.9% and the number we'll hear, that their most recent number they've told us, 5.8 or 5.9%, that the difference converted to dollars is 1.8. That's what you're saying on bullet
Yeah,
point 2.
in total, yeah, because I think this is just where we were in January, and
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah,
we had
understood.
no, that's okay.
Yeah.
There's
You can go ahead because you'll bring us up to February.
okay, all right, yeah, all right. So again, this is what we presented in January. The operation override, per our approach that we talked about in November, would be that an operating override would be needed. That's basically the budget gap was 1.44 million at that point. So we are projecting the average single family home to rise 5% to $741,000. So we're also, to get to a tax rate, we're modeling the tax base increase another 5% as well in concert with that. And so the tax impact that we modeled for that 26 was a 5% for without an override. So suppose we found 1.44 million, and then with the override, it would have been $725. But anyway, I'll keep moving on. I didn't want to, belabor this point too much because it was related to that January information that was shared. So where are we now? So in today, the town departments are still within the 2.9%. Some are coming in a little bit less, and we're still working on them. The education budgets are 1.4 million above the 2.9%. So they've come, the between January and February, they have come down. I think that we got a notice from Assabet, our vocational high school district, that they reduced students, so that's net. The education budget's net of that, so they had a decrease in their budget because of lower enrollment from Northborough. So that all those education budgets together are netting out to 1.4 million above. We revised our health insurance budget to a 16% increase based on our actual renewal that we got at the end of February. Well, it is the end of February now, but I think it was last week that we got the actual renewal number, and we have an increased roster of more people have opted onto the town's plan. And it's looking at a roster, it can be a very complex process to set a health insurance budget because of the provisions for, a lot of people are counseled to stay on their parents' plans up until they're 26. So we have to do a fairly complex exercise of looking at, well, who could be aging on to our plan, and then make a prediction for that. So our roster in December compared to last December has increased. The schools made a provision last year where we were paying for some of some of their employees, the cafeteria employees, out of their revolving fund. They don't have the funding for that this year, so we have to absorb that back into the general fund again this year. So again, I'm going to talk a little bit more about health insurance, so I don't want to belabor it right now, but we've revised that in this model to 16%. increase, which is pretty ugly. But again, we'll talk about it as we get into this a little further. And then the capital plan totals $11.5 million. So it would we're recommending the debt, the only debt item be the Z roof. And that would be proposed as a debt exclusion, since our financial policies do call for large projects to be put forward as debt exclusions. And again, on a practical level, with our levy capacity being exhausted, adding that amount of debt service in the future would bring about cuts in other areas, require cuts in other areas. And so now the operational override is 1.33 million using the numbers that we have. And so again, what are our other options beyond just having an override of $1.33 million? So
Madam Chair, can I just ask a quick question of Jason?
Sure.
Thank you. Jason, of the 133, the current amount working for looking at an override, is that include the one, I think it's about 1.2, that's school department, the
Yes.
special education needs?
Yeah, that's their budget as they proposed. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that 1.3 includes the 1.2 special education costs that Superintendent Martineau had previously come and talked us through a little bit.
Correct.
And went over that. Okay. And even if we find funding to help them with that, I think they're still, even, I know you had mentioned it before, that they'd be losing headcount. I think it was like 11 FTEs with that budget that they have. Does that sound correct?
I'll say it's gone back and forth a little bit. So I think
Okay.
I think it's like 9, but I could 8 or 9, but I could be wrong, Mike.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the model. This is to compare. I don't know if people can see this on their screen well or not, but this is what's changed between the summit and where we are now in February. So this is the model showing it as an override balancing the budget. So this, again, you can see the 1.3 million, 1.33 million here that balances the budget. All of the other revenue pieces coming in, the state aid, that's the state aid number, that's the governor's budget number that came out that could get better as we go through the process. The local receipts are highlighted because I'm going to talk about them a little bit. And then the other pieces of free cash allocations, how those play into the budget to get to the total, which is $91.97 million total. And then these are the expenses that balance to those revenues. K-8 schools, that's their we modeled a 3% at the summit. And again, those weren't numbers that they told me to use. That was just a 3% across the board that we used as an estimate, just to determine what our constraints would have to be to stay within the numbers that we were presenting that night. So their actual budget's about 4% more than what was projected in the K-8. The 9 to the operating assessment's a little higher. The athletic complex debt, we've since learned more about how the structure of that debt is going to play out, so that number has increased a little bit too from what I had at the summit. And then Assabet is down because the enrollment is down there. And then on the town side, these are the town departments at 2.9%. It's the 16.6 million that's shown here. We got non-excluded debt service, and that is down a little bit from what I projected back in at the summit. The health insurance, that's more than what was projected at the summit, obviously. And the solid waste subsidies highlighted here because that's going to be something we talk about in terms of bag fees and so forth as an option to reduce the amount of the budget balancing that would need to happen.
Jason, I'm really confused. Can you go back to that? And to the previous slide where, yeah.
This one?
So here you have under town budget, health insurance is 12%, but the previous slide, you were talking about 16%.
Right, because this is 12% beyond what we had at the summit. So we had we used a 4% assumption.
Mhm. Okay, sorry.
No, that's quite all right. But and again, it's kind of just to show like what happened. We looked at we were telling everybody we didn't need an override in 27, and then things changed between what we presented, and that was the key point that I wanted to make by navigating between these numbers, was to say that this is what's changed. This is why. That was a conclusion at the summit, was if any of the numbers that we used there were overly rosy, or they were not attainable from a department, that we could be seeing an override sooner than 28. But again, the point of this slide was to show what changed between the projections we made back at the summit and where we are now. So again, the things that I would concentrate on as from a policy level to avoid an override would be, to look at the pay-as-you-throw subsidy. The bag fees, we've heard from a number of people that have suggested increasing bag fees. OPEB is a number that we're not legally required to fund, but is something that would not have that would be a short-term lever to pull to reduce our funding of the OPEB contribution. We've been working aggressively on health insurance plan design changes to try to modernize our plans and work with the employee groups. That's highly dependent on collective bargaining in order to make that work. But we are going through the steps to try to address that through those groups. We're also introducing a high deductible healthcare plan as an option this year, no matter what, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations, to try to entice folks to self-select onto a lesser cost plan. It's an option, so that wouldn't require bargaining in order to offer it. One potential place we would have to go would be to increase local receipts further, and that would have the effect of suppressing the taxes needed to fund the budget. And then the last item here is use additional reserves, like given free cash or stabilization in terms of funding the budget.
Jason, do you have, thank you. No, you're there. It's a bill.
You want me to go ahead? Yeah, these are kind of the bandwidth that we could look at. So when Scott Charpentier and I worked on the memo to the board that was 2 weeks ago or so, we had talked about potentially doubling the fee would amount to maybe $400,000, and we're guessing because raising the fee could entice folks to go with a private hauler, and then we could lose a quote lose a customer because the convenience of using the private hauler and the tote, and just like throwing trash into a tote instead of having to buy the town bags that are I've heard negative feedback from some people about using the bags. So regardless, what if we had if we lowered it from doubling to 75% or something in that neighborhood, maybe we could raise another $300,000 from bag fees and reduce the subsidy in the budget. That's simply just thrown out there as a suggestion. The OPEB amount in the budget is $300,000. It was originally 600, and that was one of the, I think I had that on a former slide, but that was one of the navigations that we made to get to the 2.9% with the increase in health insurance, was lowering OPEB. This was back in November. I think we made that adjustment from 600 to 300. Health insurance plan design, there's a lot of things at play there, so we can't really even suggest a number. If the most aggressive renewal on the side of the consultant came through, like if all of the bargaining groups within the JPA, we have to move in tandem with them. I'm going to talk more about each one of these options in a second, but I just want to navigate through these to see what they would be to make it to 1.33 million. We could increase local receipts $30,000 to make the gap of the 1.3 million, and then we have $700,000 left in free cash, as you pointed out. So if that were applied to the budget, we could definitely avoid an override in 27. And John, I see you have your hand up.
This is super useful, thank you. So a couple of things. One is, I feel like increased local receipts have been a good guy for a while for us. I think it was like a $400,000 good guy in a prior slide. But I feel like, are we catching up to like what our actual local receipts are, or are we conservatively budgeted where we have a local receipt number that is lower than we've historically seen in the past, and we recognize that during the year as a good guy? Where do we stand on that?
Oh, that's a good question. Thanks for asking, because we're going to keep moving through these slides, and I think your question will be answered. And
I don't want to steal your thunder, so I'll see the other ones that are on my mind, and then we'll get to the.
That's okay.
I could do this all day.
It's a good question. If you have another question, we'll definitely get to an answer to that
I
one.
do have another question, but I also want to layer on some things that I took from prior meetings in context of this slide to kind of say why I'm feeling better than I did yesterday. And I think one of the things is, I am not in support of an override. So whatever we need to do to not have an override, I'm supportive of being draconian if we have to. However, what I do remember is prior, some of the increase that we're seeing in the school, we think is transitory in nature and a 1-year delay. And so I think while we may have added expense here, we would have added revenue from the state that comes next year. So I think there's room for hope next year, and that use additional reserves. I'm not reading that as using additional reserves. I'm reading that as just not putting the surplus into reserves. Like the $700,000 ties to another slide that showed us $700,000 positive cash flow. So I think if that's right, I feel better. We're not even dipping into reserves. We're just not adding to our reserves this year, if I understand that correctly. So those are my comments that I will have feedback on.
Yeah, I mean, again, if in the end, if we've underwritten 27's budget with $1.2 million rather than $500,000 of free cash, I mean, it's that much more of a gap if we're looking at an increase next year. Again, it's using free cash toward the operating budget is typically looked at as a structural deficit. So that's, if we're going to increase expenditures by a certain percentage next year, say 3%, we're $1.2 million behind that, next year. So that's the only caution I would say about that.
Yeah.
But let's if we keep going, I think we'll have a place
that's
to
my
talk
comment,
about.
Jason. That was my comment on the school side. I think it's transitory in nature, in that we do have if we look at the 2 years in collective, it's not as bad as it looks this year because there's a year delay. So I think that some of this isn't structural, if I understand it correctly, and some of it is just the timing of the budgets and how state money comes in. So again, that's where, and if I'm wrong, please tell me, but that's the way I've kind of been thinking about that piece of it.
I think John, to that
I think you're right, John.
point,
The way the superintendent explained it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think your understanding's correct.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think when they say transitory, it's a big jump in 1 year, but I think they're going to have some reimbursement into the special education revolving fund called circuit breaker. So they'll have money in an outside fund outside of their general fund. I think that it's probably unlikely that they'll have a budget reduction next year as a result of that, but it will just offset their increase next year. So what they're saying is that those students are going to be there, so the expenses are going to be there again next year, but they'll have this offsetting source that will help them with that, but it will help them not increase as much.
Yeah, that's what I understood. It's not that it's
So
a,
they probably will. We're probably not looking at a budget decrease from them next year as a result of their increased circuit breaker funding, but they'll have expenses that they can apply to that circuit breaker fund, and that will
Right.
mitigate their increase next year. All right, so again, so what were the options that we just talked about? The pay-as-you-throw subsidy, the bag fees we're budgeted at approximately $500,000. So doubling the fees that we talked about could conservatively raise another $400,000. The bag prices, it was set high in the past, but in migration's a risk, like I said, but it seems like a safe risk to play because they've been high for a long time. And if we increase them, now that we've seen some news stories of some local towns, maybe there'd be some more appetite for increasing them, given that some of the other towns in our neighborhood have increased their bag fees as well significantly. So we were looking at the usage model. So if we increase them 75%, it's generally still less than using the private hauler. But again, the competition I think would be at the convenience level versus the bags versus using a tote and that's like unmetered. So we could decrease OPEB further. Again, it's not ideal given our goals to address long-term liabilities. And then again, this could be difficult to bring back in the budget in future years if it's zeroed out. So it's not ideal, but it's a liability mostly on paper. But when we want our metrics to look good on paper for potentially a bond rating agency, it's something to be concerned about. Excuse me. Um, all right. I'm sorry about that. So health insurance plan design changes. This is a really complicated option. We're trying to achieve some savings here, but we'd have to work with all of the labor groups and then all of the labor groups of the joint purchasing arrangement that we're in. We have to have a common plan design with that group and potentially thanks. The it may not work out. I mean, they may not sign on to it. So we're working through that. We have a meeting with the insurance advisory committee later this week. So this will continue to unfold as we work through the budget. And then increasing local receipts. I'm going to have some more information about local receipts as we go forward through this presentation. So just bear with me. So talking about John, you're saying what is our difference catching up to what would be achievable in terms of making this, overly, we've typically been conservative with our local receipts. Everybody is. It's kind of really the only area of discretion we have within the general fund that generates anything on the revenue side. Taxes are what they exactly are supposed to be. State aid is what we're notified it's gonna be. Our transfers are what's voted. So other than that, the only source is local receipts. So that's the only thing that there's any discretion over. The budget was 4.4 million and our actual was 6.9. We increased the budget in 26 to 5 million. And then the model was so these projections we typically have shown our local receipts increasing $100,000 a year, which is, about 5% or so every year, but or 2%, I'm sorry. But the model, we increased it more than what we projected in the 5-year projections at the summit. It's 5.25 million right now in the model. So could we potentially go up to 6.9 million? Probably not a good idea, given that the investment income is a part of that. And we're probably not going to see those returns that come in that way, as our, we're not always going to have such good investment income.
I'm
So,
sorry, Jason, just I guess education for me, local receipts I didn't realize it was that big. So some of that has to do with excise tax, some of that has to do with meal tax, I think. Is that one of the things that in local receipt, or is that different?
Yeah, meals tax is considered
And-
excise tax. Yeah.
And I guess what's the investment income? I guess I'm probably less familiar with that one.
Investment income is just basically the cash that we have in the bank. We earn interest on it, and our treasurer does a great job of moving it around and looking for where she can earn the most income. But we have to have our money liquid and in collateralized accounts and so forth. So we have, we keep the money securely in banks, and it's not invested in the stock market or risky investments or anything like that. It's investment income might be misleading. It's basically bank account interest.
It's interesting. And what rate did we recognize in the past 12 months? What was our interest rate we recognized on our cash?
Good question. I don't know. We'll look at the exact numbers, John, in a second.
Okay. Yep. And that's how Jacob hands up.
The percentage on the cash basis, that's if the treasurer was here next to me, I'd ask her, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I was going to ask a related question just on this quick topic.
Sure.
I understand, I think what you're saying, the general trend in risk-free rates is going down a little bit compared to the last 2 years. But how does I understand that when we raised our 35 or whatever million dollars in the bond, we didn't obviously turn around and give that to contractors right away. It's sitting
Right.
appropriately
It's
to be paid.
Yeah, it's a
So it seems like
short-term
we
effect.
have quite a
Right.
bit. I was gonna say, even if it's 3% instead of 4%, we got pile there that should be generating something. Am I wrong about that?
No, it is, and that's not the. I mean, it's typically not legal to borrow bonded funds and invest them as an investment strategy. So that's called arbitrage, and we would have to pay it if we did it. If it lasted longer than a year or something.
Oh, sure.
I forget
Yeah, no,
thresholds
that
are.
I'm talking about
If
long term. I'm
I
just
mean,
talking about
the reason we borrowed so
month.
much money wasn't to generate bank account interest. It was so that we could meet the cash flow projections of that project and within arbitrage guidelines, so that we're not having to pay the IRS back a rebate. But
No, I totally
again, we do know that.
I'm just saying, I would expect
Yeah.
within all that and complying, we're going to have some amount. Like, I would hope that that's not
Yeah.
being sitting in a 0% account, because that's losing money.
No. So the town's bank account monies. I mean, we take, we have money in money market accounts. We have money in, we look for savings accounts that are, will generate good interest. The town has the ability to invest money in what's called the Mass Municipal Depository Trust, which is a pooled vehicle like a money market account, where a lot of cities and towns put their money there, and it generally generates a higher yield than a bank account. So a lot of our money goes there. So again, we will have investment income, but if we get to the next couple of slides, we'll kind of see
Sorry.
the range that we've earned. So
Go ahead.
just if we keep going, I think your question will be answered. I think so. So again, the investment income was the thing that I wanted to point out was we can't really budget that for on a long-term basis because we're paying bills to the contractors at the fire station pretty quickly, and we pay all of our other bills quickly as well, so we don't try to sit on cash. I mean, we pay our bills and so forth. So our actual performance in investment income was $763,000 more. So I wouldn't want to count on that regularly. So that's the point I'm trying to make. And then we added $400,000 and when setting the tax rate, and that was the flexibility that we had. We looked at our actual results for the year, and we felt comfortable that we could increase them the $400,000. And in practice, what happens is that when you increase one of these budgets, they become the baseline. So if we counted on that investment income and then we didn't have it, we'd have to be dealing with having less and than we had in the past. So we're in a better situation if we're being conservative with these numbers. So and then again, it's the main source of where free cash is generated from on the revenue side, because all the other sources are kind of what they are at the time. John, you have a question?
So the actual for investment income, 763,000 versus budget. What was the true
above
actual?
budget?
Yeah, what was the true actual? How much investment income did we have?
All right, so last year the actual investment income was 1.2 million.
We've got so much room here. Like, I mean, this is really useful. Even if we took the investment down to zero, we're still at 5.7. And I'm not recommending we do, but to look at how much the difference between that budget versus actual, you can drive a truck through. We just have, like, even if you took investment down to zero, like, it's just, there's a lot of room here.
Yeah, it's set conservatively, and that's on purpose. So these are the local receipts that we have to date through December, through 6 months. So again, one of the challenges that we have with excise and motor vehicle excise is the biggest component of that is that the largest it's billed on a calendar year basis, so we typically don't know if we're going to meet the number that we've set until February. So again, we kind of are required to be a little bit conservative with setting these numbers for the next year. So again, we've budgeted $3.4 million, and we've through 6 months have collected 751 so far. The investment income, again, we increased the budget for that, but we've also already exceeded that budget given the returns this year. Like licenses and permits, we've made more than half of that budget this year, and then all the other sources, those are the three biggest. Excise taxes are the motor vehicle rooms tax and the meals tax. The second biggest source is investment income. Third biggest source is licenses and permits within the local receipt budget, and then everything else is like the car rentals, the miscellaneous receipts, and departmental fees, and that you can see where all these come from here. So let me go to the next one. These are our actual receipts from last year. So again, if you subtracted out the investment income that we earned last year, that would have been 5.7 versus we budgeted 4.4 last year. Now, I mean, we're closer to 5.25. So again, the purpose of local receipts, we're supposed to be somewhat conservative with these numbers so that, if we get to the fall and we haven't made one of these numbers, we would have to go back to town meeting to cut a budget. That's the downside of
Yeah.
that and being at levy capacity.
Can I ask a quick question
And,
on this? I
yeah.
understand.
Sure.
I was gonna say, could you go back to the last one? So excise tax, I understand because I just got my bill for my cars, and that's why you're gonna see March,
Yeah.
February, March, depending on when people pay those bills. That's when the majority of that comes in. I think fair statement.
Yeah. Yes.
Is there any reason to think, based on your experience, that January and March are special months for licenses and permits? Or is that, I'm seeing there's kind of a bit of a spike. Is that a spike we would see regularly in those months? Or is that just obviously big projects don't always come around and they come when they come? But
Yeah, I think that's more of a, they come when they come.
Okay.
Yeah, I have not observed. I think that there's, homeowners projects may be happening in the summer a lot of times, but
Maybe
one
once a
big
dolphin-
project
bunch
could
of-
be a big, because the building permits are set based on the value of the improvement. So, each individual permit might not be very much. There may be a lot of permits that add up to the $157,000, but then there could be one project that pays a $300,000 permit that comes in that you're not expecting. So it's
Right.
it's somewhat difficult to be really predictive with that. It's not really a scientific number. It's kind of, what is gonna, what projects are going on in town.
Thanks.
All right, so, and again, this is kind of what I wanted to point out with some of the variability, like this is where, we've seen the interest rates were higher. So, again, this is why I wouldn't want to go crazy if we got some message that like the Mass Municipal Depository Trust shut down or, I don't know. We've had some low years of very low yields with investment income, and this kind of speaks to our treasurer's abilities to move the money to generate a yield.
What's our budget
But,
again this year what's our budget?
90. So
I think you said 5.25.
What our total budget, or for local receipts, or for investment income within the total?
The whole thing, yeah, the total local revenue. What's that budget? What am I comparing it against? For fiscal year 27 we're looking at?
Oh, for 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the total budget was 92 million or 91.
No, for total local revenue, I'm trying to compare it to the
5.25 is what we have in the model.
525, and then if you go to the slide that has it by year.
Yeah, these are the actual results for
Yeah.
each one of these prior years. Sorry,
Yeah,
the
this is
last
it.
year.
Yeah, this is it. So it looks like, yeah, okay.
So this versus budget, this is kind of that tells you that this is what generated free cash in each one of these years.
Yeah.
So this next slide, this is kind of, I didn't draw a direct comparison to it, but I think that the years that, there's been good receipts and local receipts, this ties, the free cash that we've received kind of correlates to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then using additional reserves, again, our practice has been to, with that free cash plan, to bring the reserves to 8% of the budget, of the estimated budget, with the free cash plan. So our reserve policy is that we'll maintain a balance of between 5 and 10%. So there's obviously room between 5, 8, and 10%. Those are different numbers, obviously. So the current model, 8% of 92 million is, $700,000 is free cash. That's 1% of the 92 million. And then stabilization, our balance at the end of December was 6.7 million. So that's 7%. So if we were to override the policy of the $500,000 in our that we won't use more than $500,000 in the operating budget. So instead of an operate, we'd override our policies of $500,000. And if we wanted to stay within the policy limit of 5%, we still could, because that would be $2.8 million more available within the reserves. So if we use $700,000, we would still have 7% in reserves. So that would not be, that doesn't raise like a major warning flag to anybody, in terms of like a bond rating agency or anything like that. If we were doing that multiple years and bringing it down, that might be a source of concern among the rating analysts. But again, that's the point that I wanted to make with this slide, was that it would just be a change of, if we use 700,000, it would be another 1% on the, it would just be 1% less.
Could I ask a quick question on that?
Sure.
Everything else held equal, if we were talking about 700,000, and if we were talking about either using it from free cash, meaning not carrying 700,000 to next year, or 700,000 out of actual stabilization reserves, same amount, different source, hold everything else equal, what would be your advice on what, from all of your perspectives, bond rating, from all your angles, what would be the better of those two options?
Well, I think using the free cash is obviously a better option personally, and setting the reserves that we use as being whatever's left over in free cash. I mean, that would be my advice, because number one, it's the threshold of what you'd have to vote the budget with at town meeting. You'd have to have a 2/3 margin to pass the budget. And then the other reason would be that I think it would be more of a red flag to the rating agency to take money out of stabilization for operating expenses. I just think that would be it would be an easier explanation to them to say that we had this additional fund balance that we could use this 1 year within our policies. It would have been allowable. So that would be my take on it personally.
Thank you. Very helpful.
And again, lastly, hopefully there's not too many inconsistencies here, but this is the 5-year projections. I'm using those numbers and showing what an override looks like in these projections, using similar assumptions, using this year's, where our budget is now as a base, and then projecting outward for the other 4 years, similar to the summit model that we looked at. This is what it would look like, and we need an override every year still, using those modest expenditure growth increases of 3% and 4% in health insurance, and the other fixed costs that we have being accounted for. So similar story. We'd still need still be short 1.7 million in 28 and short 1.9 in 29 using those assumptions. So similar story as the summit, but it's just a higher trajectory.
Can I ask a question, Jason, based on that slide?
Sure.
Sorry for so many questions here. This is
no problem.
Not trying to make this comment in favor of override, but help me understand. Your FY 2028 projection that calls for a 1.6 override, does that assume that we did the 1.3 override in the previous year? Because if we did a 21.3 million in the previous year, that gets built into the base on which you can increase.
Yep.
So would it be true then if we were able to
so you
somehow
get the
zero out the
2.5% of the
1.3?
yeah.
Yeah.
So if that were
if we
not
saw
an override this year, yeah.
it would make a bigger problem next year
Yeah,
potentially. Is that right?
Well, bigger problem, it's the same problem next year. It's the same problem, it's just a bigger override.
That's what I mean. Okay.
So
because we didn't tax ourselves as much this year, the delta, according to this model, becomes bigger, right?
Correct. Yeah. So that's kind of the benefit, or the benefit may not be the right word, but kind of the merit to the plan of like pushing for an override when things are outside of constraints, because then it's part of the, if people were approved it, then it would be part of the base to go forward. It would be part of your, it would be less of a gap to make in the next year. But here, let me keep going on, and
All right, go ahead.
Wait,
maybe that will
I
at
have a
that point
question
will
about
be
that. So if we
sure.
do an override in 27,
Yeah.
that means that in 2028 we don't have to do an override, even though, because that 1.7 million will be kind of absorbed into the override.
No, it just means that the $1.3 million will be part of the Proposition 2.5 levy limit that you have in the next year. So you have that much more capacity to increase your budget the next year.
Okay,
So
when you projected 2028, were you assuming we did the override?
Yeah, it's showing that here to balance the budget. This model here is the 5-year projections, and it's using overrides to balance the budget. Using those assumptions, those expenditure assumptions.
And are those numbers using large health insurance increases?
No, these numbers are using similar ones that we used like from the summit. That was using an assumption of 4% a year for the next 5 years for health insurance. But from a higher trajectory. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that when it's from a higher trajectory now, so that these numbers have grown.
Okay.
And if I could just say that, the elephant in the room, the flip side of what I agree totally, Jason, with what you just explained, mathematically, it makes the problem easier in future years if we override in an earlier year, because that gets built into the future. As far as solving math problems, that's a good thing. As far as taxpayers paying their bills, it's a bad thing, because that means the base of the bill on which they can get increased without having to vote for it goes up higher, and it's sort of like the cake that gets baked every year with no input from them essentially is bigger because of the override. I think everyone understands that, but
okay.
That's good too.
Sounds like a fair explanation. All right, so if I keep going through this is basically, like I said, the similar numbers, and that using the reserves this year. I've done a model with that as well, as an alternative to show what that looks like. So with all the same expenditure assumptions being made. All right, so again, I'm just running through the numbers that we had in here. We talked about OPEB, and this brings it back in this model. Some of the other projects, like assuming that we will start paying a toward the Peasley School project that we're assuming that gets approved, and then the Z School roof. There's a provision in here for that as well, a projection there for that project. These are the tax increases that are projected as a result of those overrides through that model. And so, larger structural depth, like this is what I'm going to show is the same model with some of those options that I talked about earlier that added up to the 1.33 million. So that that showed that you needed $8.3 million across the 5 years to balance the budget. Now, using the same assumptions, the overrides needed are 28 by 1 million, but in the next year. So that's kind of the effect of that. So instead of 1.7, it's 2.7.
You prepared a slide anticipating my question. Way to go.
So it's again, it's the same message. We could get through the year if we follow those options that I kind of laid out. If the board so chose to adopt those options as a way to move forward with the budget, we could get through the year without an override, and then it's potentially we'd still need an override in the next year. Or we'd be looking for a much bigger number too.
Jason, the one thing, if I remember correctly, the capital expenses that we've seen for the financial that we fund under free cash from the financial planning committee, that's been this is a spiky year this year, right? Like that number is not general. I think I saw maybe a 3.7, but that number is generally a lot lower. Is that right?
Well, the capital plan that's I don't have any slides on the capital plan in here because we already have about 45 or so in here, so I didn't want to go too crazy with this presentation. But you're making a good point, is that the inflation of the capital plan, there's been a lot of mention about the cost of delay. So the case in point being that the fire station project that was being modeled at a much lower cost, before the delay and the land and stuff. And I don't want to really get into the details of it, but we were modeling that at a much lower cost back in the 2021 models and so forth. A number of these capital items, like the trucks and the fire apparatus, so forth. I think the fire chief did a pretty lengthy presentation about some of the market forces that are afoot with these vehicles that are unique, and the cost of these is going up faster than inflation. And if you look at the size of our capital plan, it's growing. So it's a problem without an answer, basically, how to fund the capital plan as we go forward.
Right, but I think fiscal year 27 is bigger than fiscal year 26, right? It has a lot of one-time expenses on there. I'm just saying the capital plan is one where that range is pretty high, and not including like Peasley or the big capital projects, so we don't fund under free cash. We fund a lot of things that are one-time in nature and spiky. And I know that I've really enjoyed listening to the financial planning committee challenge, like, why don't we buy things used? And I think there's things we can think of that can reduce some of those costs going forward. And I'd love to put that pressure on our departments, like to get through this year and get a budget that we're comfortable with, that doesn't require an override, and really put the scrutiny on the departments to think, to really figure out how we rein in some of these expenses, maybe think differently than we have in the past, and not pride ourselves on new fire trucks, but maybe a 4-year-old fire truck that so like, I don't know, those are the things that I think will be interesting. It's just hard for me to know when I look at those tax overrides, because we do fund capital out of free cash, what's it mean for the things that are capital by definition that we don't, that we pay out of free cash? Because that one spikes a lot year to year, with some years being not as expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I think we put a lot of effort into trying to align the years, and that's been kind of a challenge, is when something new gets dropped into the capital plan, and that it's an important planning tool to use, the capital planning, and trying to align things so that there's no spikes in it. But it's the
Actually,
it's the
let me ask
inflation.
it differently. I think maybe your fiscal year 28, 29, 30, is that taken from the worksheets that the financial planning committee is looking at now? And is it risk factor, or you just putting in the numbers that are in there?
So there, to that point, that the 2029, 2030, I'm sorry, what are you looking at, John?
Like 28,
The
29, 30, like some here, you've got some assumption on what we're going to spend in our capital plan. And
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, the financial planning committee is doing maybe a 5 or 7 year look forward. Are you taking those years and that's the input into your workbook, or are you doing a different sort of modeling exercise, trying to understand? Because that's a big driver.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get to is, like, supposing we fund the capital plan. In this model here, I'm assuming we're not doing any debt-related projects beyond the Z roof and the Peasley School. That's all that's within this model here. At the summit, I think I did a projection of, you get kind of a couple years of a pass if you vote something as debt, because typically you'll order something, there's no cash outlay in the first year, and then you can potentially move that to the next year. And if you borrow the next year, then there won't be there might be an interest payment. You can get creative and move it between years. So, like, you could have 2 years later. So again, this model here is assuming that we're only doing those limited projects.
Jason, I'm not asking the question super clear. Let me try it from a different angle. When I'm talking capital, I'm using our Northborough definition of what our financial planning committee looks at for capital that we pay out of free cash, and not the things we go to bond or things we take out debt for. So if you look at this year, the capital plan has things we pay out of free cash is kind of spiky. And I guess my question is, I know that committee is looking more than a year. They're looking at 28, 29, 30. And your assumptions in your model, are you taking the inputs from their spreadsheet that they're socializing at the committee, or do you have a different modeling basis in which you're doing?
It's the same approach, because the point being that, like, if we were to go forward with the Peasley School or something like that, where they have a debt policy that says that debt service should not go beyond 8 to 10% of the annual operating budget. So it's a projection that's been made to compare to that. And what it's showing is there's not a lot of room in that if we were to embark upon a school that netted $70 million. But to the other point, it could be spiky as a result of there being available fund balance to make those expenditures. So aligning the one-time expenses to the one-time costs. So what the model assumes is that free cash is going to be used for anything beyond those large projects.
Yes. And I was just wondering if there's a big number in there or not.
And no, I mean, we're kind of predicting as a baseline that we'll have $2 million annually to use toward
Thank you.
toward the capital plan. But on top of that, the assumption also has to be that we'll have, the $3 million basically, because we'll need 500 for the budget and then 175 for the reserve fund, and then we potentially would want to have $200,000 to put in stabilization to keep up with the reserve balances to stay at 8% or whatever percentage we choose to go forward.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh, and you're still. Yeah, so again, this is what I meant. It's like it's just a blanket assumption that we'll have $2 million to use toward the capital plan. And then tax impact is calculated the same method. So what does that look like in comparison to what we showed at the summit? These are the years before. The dotted line is what was shown at the summit, and now we're on a higher trajectory because some of the numbers are obviously higher. We're starting from a different trajectory. So that gap between those two lines, and again, what this is showing is that whether we use reserves this year for 27 or pursued an override, it kind of, if you're spending the same amount the next year, it catches back up again. So the only difference between those, it's kind of a busy graph, obviously, but what that's showing is that the projection goes up a little more as a result of the budgets going up more than the assumptions made at the summit back then. And so highlighting that and starting at 10,000 instead of 0, it just kind of makes the graph look. I'm not trying to be misleading with it, but I'm trying to zero in on just to show what the differences are between these lines. And the model with the override, obviously it's a little higher in 1 year, but it catches back up in the next year if you use the same spending and expenditure assumptions.
So in 5 years between 2026 and 2031, people, if things continue this way, people will be paying $1,000 more in taxes.
I think let's see, 2026 is 10,500.
1,000 more compared to what was projected at the summit.
Yeah,
Right,
correct.
right.
Correct.
But in actuality, it's 3,000?
4,000 more than today, 3,500 more than today.
Ooh.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to be misleading to anybody, but this is trying to predict that we are going to do an elementary school project with a big tag. That may actually be less, and then also but it's also making some fairly rosy predictions for budget growth in the next few years. When I say rosy, I mean like staying within 3%. And so, okay, so getting to this point, these were, not really my suggestions, but they were the ideas that I wanted to bring forward as ideas to avoid an override in 27. Increase bag fees that would require a select board vote. I don't know if we're going to do that tonight, but in terms of the next agenda item. But estimating a 75% increase would probably generate about $300,000. Reducing OPEB to 0 from 300. I think that would take the select board could vote to do that. Use additional free cash. The select board could vote to override the policy to use the $700,000 that we have left in free cash. Increase local receipts. No vote would have to be needed. We could just make that happen. And then health insurance plan design, we're continuing to work on that. but there's further effort required to, kind of identify a number or what that would mean for the budget this year.
Jason, that number seems a bit low, that 30 grand for increased local receipts.
Agreed. I was going to say like 250 is what I'd like to see, in my opinion. I mean, I know that we're growing it. I paid close attention to our past numbers, and I listened very carefully to your advice that we need to keep that as a conservative number because it's our only area of any flexibility. If we have overages elsewhere, we need to have something compensate for that when we're setting our tax rate. I believe you told us. And a number of other reasons to be conservative on that. But I'm also juxtaposing that with we just increased rates across the board on basically everything we can get revenue from. And of course, those who are paying for those services are going to say, gee, it's costing more. And my answer to that is I'm sorry, but at least when you're paying for a direct service that you're getting, like the fee is closer tied to the service and the person receiving the service. So I'm a little more comfortable with that than general taxation. So we did that. We voted on it. Those fees are higher. People can be mad at us for that, but they are higher. So I think that in conjunction with the fact that we've really been over a lot, 2.5 million, I think I saw last time, says let's go from 5.25 up to 5.5. And yes, it's going to be less free cash carry over to the next year, but I view that as it means we tax ourselves more close to what we needed to than overtax ourselves. I don't think the message of we're purposely overtaxing ourselves is sitting well with the taxpayers. The other thing that I think about is, we know of several big projects that are probably going to generate quite a bit of extra revenue in fiscal 2027 if plans go according to how we think they will. And I know that every year has that, but anyway, I'm just thinking that's my long-winded way of saying I think 30 is lower than it should be, which is I was agreeing with John. If no one else wanted to jump in, I had two more comments on this one. I had asked the board to consider a 25% increase of the pay-as-you-throw. I think that's something we should reconsider, or even 50. He has here 20. I'm assuming it's generally linear. You had 100% was 400, 75% is 300. I'm going to venture a guess that 50% would be projected around 200 and 25% would be projected around 100, more or less, right, Jason?
Yeah, Jacob. Yeah, it's not a scientific prediction. It's just a guess.
Yeah, because we don't know what the drop off is going to be. But presumably, if you only increased it by 25%, there'd be less drop off than 100%.
And Jacob, on that point, I mean, I'm my goal is to remain open minded. I'm this one I feel like is I'm not entirely comfortable with, but I've been having a lot of conversations to just understand people's perspectives, and my understanding is that the hauler we use, if you don't sign up for town, just increase their prices substantially, call it 25%, and there's already a pretty big delta. So this is a bit topical because a lot of people are seeing their quarterly bill go up quite a bit on if you have the hauler that we use if we don't do town. And what I wonder is, is there an increase that's not double, but an increase that's maybe $1 a bag, which is pretty substantial with 350 and 250 if I got the numbers right.
I think they're $3 and $1.50 preferred.
$3 and $1.50. So if you do something like that, is there also people that will migrate to town because they're looking at their bills a little bit, and maybe one of that Steph's strengths is leveraging social media, and I don't know if this is but just to go in there and advertise about the value of our pay-as-you-throw. Now, I don't know if that's a little bit, if they're going to be a little bit careful there because I think the hauler's the same. But is there something we want to do more as a thoughtful pay-as-you-throw sort of communication strategy and What's that?
A campaign?
Well, I mean, I think some of this comes down to communication and awareness, and I think that people generally have some fear of those bags, and they rip and they're hard, and you got a lot of trash and families, but I think people can start to do the math and see, is it worth it to try it if I'm already thinking about the cost going up on the other side of the house and that delta becomes bigger between the two. So just some things in my mind. I'm not taking a hard position, but I've been thinking about it recently.
So would anybody be happy with if that pay as you throw number was less and then we increase local receipts by whatever the difference was? I mean, that would be one way we could get there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And I know Mike had a position too, so I want to hear his perspective, because I find myself aligning with Mike when we were kind of talking about it at the meeting recently.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know when we spoke about it, Scott and Jason were going to circle back with some numbers. I don't think this is the circle back, right, Jason?
No, it's not. I mean,
Okay.
I didn't think that was going to be involved with the next vote. I mean, I think that I would want to work with Scott on something more tangible, because I know there was more questions that were about like what the makeup was of the small versus large bag sales and so forth. So we want to get a little more comprehensive in the data that was presented. But like if we have an overall target of what the board is looking for to gain from it, then we can go from that perspective. And again, we would probably suggest increasing the bulky item sticker as well, because that's been $10 for years. That's actually a tremendous value to residents right now.
No
But
kidding. You could do $50 and I think it's still a savings. And
yeah, I know from somebody that I don't have a choice of participating in a public program like that. So if I have to get rid of something, it's typically a lot more. So if we increase that, I mean, we typically only raise somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a year on the stickers. So that could be raised as well. But they're all still good values for residents compared to the cost of the private hauler. I think that's the point that I wanted to make, that even if we increased it 75%, I think the profiles against, and again, that's fairly aggressive move to increase something 75%, but it's still a good value compared to the competition and what people pay for private haulers.
Yeah, no, and just to kind of finish my thought. So yeah, kind of where I was at the last meeting, kind of still there. Obviously, the budget and the projections don't look great. I think though it looks like, and this is not trying to steal agenda items 5 and 6 to come up, right? Most of our override number right now is a special education cost from K through 8 schools, and it looks like there's maybe some way we could get there without an override, and maybe without having to do some things now. It doesn't mean we may not have to do some things later. So yeah, when it comes for the discussion on the agenda again to talk about the pay as you throw subsidy and what numbers Scott and yourself come up with, you know, the facts on the ground may change. Right now, I'm kind of still where I was on that previous meeting of, we're increasing costs for everything are increasing, including people's property taxes. If we could not increase one thing, maybe this is one thing we don't have to increase. If it's, even if it's right now, even though that may not be the case, fairly soon, or even for next year or for next fiscal. So, but yeah, so I certainly will have more numbers and more to say, I think, when we can see those numbers and can look at it for when it comes up again as a specific agenda item.
Can I ask a big picture question about this slide?
Sure.
So could you, help me understand. So I understand that we had our free cash policy that financial planning has financial planning committee has a number that they understand is what we were hoping to spend for capital projects. I understand that the needs for that greatly exceeded the free cash available that we assigned for that. We've talked about that at length. I thought I saw one of your slides says like 11, what was one of your earlier slides, I think said 11.5 million for capital needs
Yeah.
for 2027, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Let's say, and I was watching financial planning. I don't want to dive too much into nuance, but like, let's say, and I know they had quite a few votes, and our votes are going to be separate, and we may vote the same, we may not. Let's say that some of the items that are presented aren't actually going forward. How does that carry? Does it carry, and how does it carry to here? Does that, for example, in my mind, I'm thinking it makes more free cash available that potentially could be used for operational budget, or am I missing how that
Well,
flows through?
it would be more unused free cash. I mean, again,
Okay.
we had a high amount of free cash this past year, but there was a number of articles that didn't pass at town meeting, so that's part of the calculation. It's part of it's the unused free cash or fund balance that you had before. And then the returns from the results from one current year get added to that. So it would definitely it would be still be free cash. It would be one of our reserves that would still be there if they didn't move
Understood.
forward. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be used for the operating budget, but it could be it could be the $500,000 for the next year and so forth.
Got it. Oh, my final comment, sorry. I know you have on the health insurance plan design here, further effort required, and I totally understand the reasons that you explained that. My personal preference on that topic is, while I understand that it's highly unlikely that any efforts on that front are going to help us immediately on our FY 2027 projections,
Mhm.
it's something we should still be doing immediately anyway.
Oh yeah.
Because I just think it's the right thing to do. I think getting that HSA available as soon as we can is the right thing to do. Encourage people to get there is the right thing to do. And then as we can do so reasonably promptly with all of our negotiating groups, talk about those other changes, including the changes in deductibles and things like that. I think we have to do that sooner rather than later, because it's going to continue to punish us. So even though I understand it may not solve our immediate problem, it needs to be going forward. That's my 2 cents on that one.
Yeah, so what we experienced last year, that's what we typically want to avoid at all costs in municipal government. Obviously, we were predicting it, in kind of an ugly 10 to 12% increase, considering what we had successfully done with plan design and stuff throughout the years leading up to that. We had like a 3% average increase, over a decade, and thinking one year we were going to get hit with a 10 to 12 that we were going to accommodate within the budget, and then learning the last day of school vacation week in February that it was actually 25%. That was going to throw us into an override last year, and I never would have thought we'd be lucky to have a 17.99% renewal, but we should have been talking about plan design changes had we known that it was going to be such a substantial increase last year, and that would have been a driver. And some of that point is to be mutually beneficial with the employee groups as well, because we're hearing that that 18% increase for folks on the lower spectrum, they were seeing they were being harmed in their paycheck with that increase. So it's not just to provide a rich plan to people, it's to make mutually beneficial decisions with the employee groups. And we've had a long history of being able to negotiate mutually beneficial changes, and that was borne out through that decade of 3% increases in health insurance. And the market's changed, and the world's changed, and it's unfortunate, but we have to keep trying to hammer away at it so that it's sustainable in the future.
Yeah, and hopefully some of those plan design changes help when we get priced in the future, when we're not, $1.3 million on Ozempic in the rolling 12 months was a big line item that will be close to zero because you'll need to have it on label. But those things can help as we're, in addition to what Jacob's saying, is I agree. I don't think we're gonna see a benefit in the next 12 months, but in the next 3 to 5 years, it should be a real benefit if we tackle the plan now.
Mhm. Mhm.
Is there, Jason, on this topic, is there anything you need from the select board right now? Or I assume you don't need a vote for us on that stuff, but I'm just one person just asking if you'll keep us updated if there's anything we can take action with to help on that front. And maybe that's a question for Stephanie more than Jason. But
Well,
I'm not asking for any vote.
I will give you an answer in terms of like, I do think that you should vote to apply the reserves and, and endorse this approach to crafting the warrant articles. So,
Mhm.
if
Yeah, I was
this is
actually
the
going to
path that we
propose
should
that
go,
we,
then
yeah, I think that's another agenda item. I was going to wait till that one to make a motion, but I meant specifically on the health insurance. There's nothing you want from us at this point.
oh
right?
yeah, and I mean maybe Steph has a different opinion, but I think we're
No,
already doing it. We're
Yeah,
already doing it.
tomorrow I set up the meeting, so we're meeting with the union reps tomorrow.
Great.
We're gonna do whatever we can possibly do, and the way we have to show it is everybody wins here with the savings. It's, you win as an employee because there's less taken out of your paycheck, and the town is able to hopefully do away with an override at least this year.
Okay. Any other questions from the board or of Jason? Jason, this was,
Oh, I had one more. This is for future thought on this topic. Sorry, Madam Chair. I read an interesting report from our friends, I think it was Westboro. It's like a decade old. Explains how they are immune to override, I think was what their financial planning committee wrote this article. They have a personal property tax benefit that we don't have with some of their taxpayers. And I won't go into great detail what that article explains, but essentially because of the nature of taxing items that get replaced more frequently, but it continues to build up your base, and that base doesn't drop when the item depreciates, unlike real property, which continues to appreciate, presumably. Have we evaluated our own town policies with respect to making sure that personal property is being appropriately accounted for by the taxpayers who should be paying for it? In other words, I'm not, that's a future discussion, something to look into. I'm not suggesting that we aren't. I look at some neighboring towns and they have way more personal property tax collections than we have. And could be good reasons for that. I just want to ask the question because that, although it does ultimately fall to the residential and commercial industrial taxpayer when that property falls off. So in the end of the day, they have higher tax bills, I think, as a result. But it does prevent the override situation. At least it has for them. Just throwing that out there is something to maybe look into our practices with respect to personal property.
Yeah, Jacob, just so you know, we do use a consultant that goes out and values they're one of the prominent consultants in the state that a lot of assessors' offices contract with to value the personal property. So it's not us alone working on it from our assessor's office. We do employ a contractor to do that. Again, a lot of Westboro is kind of a unique case because they have such a high concentration of commercial value there. For a residential community, they have a much higher percentage of commercial and commercial, industrial, personal property than we do versus their tax base. So you're kind of right about the way personal property flows through. And again, I'm sorry to be giving a long-winded answer to this, but there's a it's kind of it's a facet of Proposition 2.5 where personal property, it depreciates quickly, but it's still part of, when it comes in, it's part of your base. So it depreciates in terms of your actual tax base, but it increases your capacity to spend. And I know Westboro, I mean, they have one of the higher tax bills in our neighborhood of places that we compare to, but they also have a lot of unused levy capacity. So, and I believe probably what you're reading is some analysis of that it came a lot from the personal property where they have a lot of industry in town that has personal property.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they're
I got
unique
like
they're
15.
unique within the state as a whole in terms of their overall concentration of commercial properties. So sorry, I didn't mean to give such
All
a long.
right. Well, sounds like we are doing what we should do. No. That's fine. I just want to make sure we're doing what we should be doing. We're not losing out on opportunities. Thanks.
Okay, so are there any other questions for Jason? Then, Jason, as if I'm understanding this correctly, we could make the motion to support the use of additional reserves for FY 2027 as discussed, and direct the town administrator and finance director to incorporate this approach into the FY 2027 budget development. Is that correct?
That sounds accurate to me.
So that would be something that someone could say, so moved.
So moved.
Second.
Who moved it?
John.
Oh, thank you. And Jacob seconded?
Mike second.
Mike seconded. Okay. Is there any discussion on comments, questions? Okay.
Sorry. I'm gonna, oh, my connection's unstable. We're specifically talking at least about that 700,000 that I asked you about? Should we use the available free cash versus the stabilization? That's what we're talking about?
No, I don't think, no, oh, yeah.
How do you understand that motion, Jason? I guess I should ask.
Oh, I think what I would understand the effect of that would be that we would use 700 of free cash in the budget model.
Yeah, that I
Then
would agree with that.
we would come back with a vote. I'd come back with Scott, we'll work on a proposal that the board will vote on for the bag fees. And then, then we'll play out the difference between OPEB and the local receipts, as we go forward.
Yeah, I like this idea. I'd like to keep thinking about OPEB. I'm hesitant to zero it out from from 600 to 300 to 0. That feels bad. So
But
yeah,
if we split the difference in the middle, then that's that's probably better than.
Yeah.
And-
Okay,
and
thanks.
this is something that you've been, wanting to do does this cover your intention from last meeting? About
Yeah,
using,
this has been super helpful. And in fact, I'm happy. My original thought was, gee, we're going to need to tap into the stabilization fund, which I would only do with great caution. But it sounds like the advice is this is at least marginally better than doing that. So I'm happy to hear that, and I'm going to support this. Thanks.
okay. All right, so there's a motion on the table. Are we ready for a vote? There's no more discussion? Okay, John, how do you vote?
Aye.
Laura, how do you,
Aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, thank you very much. So Jason, are you staying for the school stabilization fund?
Oh, I can, yeah. I was gonna at least listen to it.
Okay, so who is presenting that? Is that Stephanie or just
No, this is something that Jacob wanted on the agenda.
No, Jacob wanted the one we just voted on. Isn't there a proposal to have a stabilization fund in the school budget so that, when we have these expenses of transportation or special ed, that they have this a stabilization fund to tap into?
Yes.
I
Yeah,
can speak a little bit about it if you want, because I mean, I understand some of the accounting mechanics of it.
Okay, but let's be sure we're on agenda item number 6. And it says discussion of school budget and possible use of reserve funds.
Yeah,
I think, sorry. Anybody
sorry,
want
Madam Chair.
that up?
No, I was just going to say, I thought that was sort of in relation to kind of what we've been talking about, right? Just because our override number is essentially that school special education number.
Oh, I agree with what Mike just said, and Stephanie was right. Yes, I reread the agenda item. It's not a stabilization fund. It was using reserve funds possibly to offset what we were hearing from
Yes.
the extra amount from the special education, which all bakes into the 1.33 that Jason's been talking about all night. And so I think the vote we just took, which was take 700 of free cash to whittle that away. We're not done. We need to do more, but I think that is part of my concept of using reserves, except that we didn't use technical reserves. We used what would become reserves if we didn't spend them. And so I'm satisfied that we've done that,
Right.
at least for today.
And in that 700, Jason, just question, does that include the 200 that wasn't moved to reserves in a prior meeting?
Yeah, so yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the balance of what was left over from that wasn't allocated in the free cash plan. So yeah, the 700 is what's left in total. So it included the 200. And if I may, there will be an article coming forward to create a special education stabilization fund. On the warrant, the schools are sponsoring that article, and just through the chair, I don't know who wanted it on the agenda, but I can just explain that I think what their intent is they want to set up one of what's called a stabilization fund. It's a little different from the regular stabilization fund. There's specific enabling legislation for this special education stabilization fund. And the purpose of that would be to pay unexpected expenses related to probably to children moving into the district mid-year that they haven't budgeted for. So the mechanics of that fund would be once the fund is created, and they're going to have an article to create it, but it won't fund any money into it. In future years, the school committee could appropriate within their budget a line for the stabilization fund that would fund the special education stabilization fund. And then the method to spend from that fund would be a vote of the select board and the school committee. So like it would be there's no guaranteed funding source for it, and those are the mechanics of it in case anybody was wondering. But I think that may have been why it turned up on the agenda, because there was talk about that at the appropriations meeting with the school superintendent.
Yeah, I think that's why it turned up on the agenda. Okay, so are there any questions about that? So we have a suggested motion. Jason and Stephanie, you'll have to help me out. For agenda item number 6, to move that the select board vote to support the use of reserve funds to address projected FY 2027 school budget needs as discussed, and direct staff to incorporate this into the budget planning process. Do we need to vote on that? Does the select board need to vote on that?
I think it makes a statement. I mean, also move it if it sort of makes a statement that we think of a level of importance.
Then I can add it to our warrant list.
Okay, all right. So Mike made the motion. Is there a second?
Wait, I'm kind of confused. Um, so you were just asking, should we vote to allocate more reserves to for the school budget? Like what more reserves?
I think this
It's-
motion
I
is,
feel like it got encompassed in our last motion from my perspective.
Well, Julian, the school, they just want to set up the account.
Wait, no. But the agenda item doesn't talk about the stabilization account. This is what I'm confused about. The agenda
You know
item.
what? I feel like it was Jacob's request to talk about what we were talking about for the last hour and a half. And it was written in a way that we're now confused whether or not if it was between the school and
Yeah, I mean, I guess the way I see it is, right, it's about 1.333 amount we need to make up. 1.2 of that is from the school, and that, I guess I assumed, like, budget line 5 is like if we have to use a little bit to cover the $100,000 of town related, yeah, we should consider that and maybe work that in. And then budget and agenda item 6 is like, yeah, if we need to cover the 1.2 from the school budget, use reserve funds. But if the previous motion, it's understood that that covers it, I guess we don't need another one. But I guess that's kind of how I gamed it out, looking at what was on the agenda.
So, in my mind, my goal is to make sure that need is met by the time we're done with this. My concern about if we go and say that it was 1.33, we just said solve 700,000 of that with the free cash we hadn't allocated yet. I don't want to say right now solve the other 630 with stabilization fund, because then that says now we don't have to do any of these other things that I think we should be doing. So I think we should solve the problem. I just would like to keep trying with these other things before we go to stabilization fund, if that makes sense. Even if ultimately a decision is made that we need to, that's where I'm not, I don't think we have to do it today. That's my point.
okay, so procedurally, we have a motion on the table. I forgot who made the motion, but whoever did, would you like to?
Yeah, I mean, I can withdraw as long as the motion made previously covers that 700 can go towards the 700 we authorized, to possibly use out of reserves will go towards the full 1.3. Then that covers what the helps what the school need is. So I'll withdraw the motion.
Yeah, I mean, that's my intention. Ultimately,
Okay.
the dollars are all fungible, but like, I'm not asking the school to say, I know you need the 1.2 for the special education, reduce it. I don't think that that's a viable solution myself.
Okay. All right, so we're all comfortable with Mike withdrawing the motion. Okay. All right then. Thank you very much, Jason. Now we are moving on to review annual town meeting draft warrant. So everybody got their draft warrant, is that true?
Yes, so you'll have a draft warrant, and then I had emailed you the green and red highlighted copy, which show financial planning committee's capital votes so far.
But we're not voting on articles that we're supporting or not tonight, right?
No,
Okay.
no.
So I guess my only question about the warrant is where Elegant Banquets comes in.
So Elegant Banquets, what I'd like is almost a consent agenda. I would like it, one of the first articles, to include the lease slash purchase agreement, which is one article. Article 2 would be the TIF. Article 3 would be the zoning, because they're all contingent upon one another. So if we could do that up front, that would be great. And of course, the attorneys are writing the language for the articles as we speak.
So does everybody agree that, so what you're saying is get elegant banquets done early in the meeting?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Everyone agree with that? Does anyone see a problem with moving it to what? Like number 3, 4?
I agree with both of those, including consolidating them. I wouldn't really want, like, my concept of consent agenda. I know Stephanie just used that word. I wouldn't use that for this. I would say consent agenda is like the pay prior year bills items, the things that like no rational person's gonna. Well, I'm sorry if someone feels like voting no on that, but most people are not going to object to. That aren't going to be. We don't expect to have huge debate on. I think combining them all three together as one item makes total sense to me. I just wouldn't call it a consent item.
How are we starting this conversation? Are we starting going, how do you want to organize this? We're going to start looking at sort of the different sections, or, and I heard consolidating stuff. I just want to make sure I'm tracking on the document. I'm looking at the document as we're talking.
Yes. Oh, okay. You're trying to find the document. That's fine.
No, I have it. No, I have the document. I just
Oh,
I
okay.
just want to follow along in terms of where we are in the conversation.
So
I'm looking at the document and I'm listening at the same time.
essentially, of course, it's the moderator's meeting. So he would need to approve what items were, within that consent agenda. But if you see the top bracket, that's highlighted administration articles, and then following that, the financial and budgetary articles, those are our standard articles that we have every year. It's, the school budget, the enterprise,
Yeah.
we get down to capital improvement projects, these are all of our new requests this year from all of the departments. Financial planning, like I said, had made their vote last Thursday for each article. They're still waiting for some information from various departments, but you'll see in the other version that I sent you via email, the, green and red, how it was
Yeah.
voted, whether it
That's
was.
the one I'm on now. So I see like a lot of the capital improvement projects that the financial planning committee is responsible for as votes on it. And then appropriations would be in the financial and budgetary articles. Is that where that would be?
Yes.
Okay. And they haven't voted yet.
No.
And then there is our financial planning committee, 6 members now.
Yep.
So split votes 3-3, and then obviously unanimous is a majority are going to be majority as long as if it's anything 1 or 2, and then unanimous to be 6-0.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And
Yep.
oh, go ahead.
The only thing, and just some look through, the only thing I don't see on there, and I just shot you an email, Joanne and Steph, is the warrant article for the fines on Bartlett and some wording on a truck exemption for anything over three axles or more on residential streets, like something that the warrant article, but the real piece is the Bartlett Street, the warrant article for the monetary fines.
Yep, I have to circle back with the town clerk on that because there might be laws or a threshold for that type of fining. And I believe she contacted the AG's office. So I will
Cool.
email her.
Awesome. Yep. Just want to make sure we include a row on it. We can figure out the details.
Okay.
And Steph, so the idea of moving up the White Cliff stuff and bundling them, would that be before or after financial and budgetary articles?
I think it should be before.
Right, because I know the budget stuff can go long.
It
as
can.
it did last year.
Don't we usually keep the sexy stuff to the end?
Yeah, kind of hold them hostage.
Well,
I mean,
See, the way I'm looking at it is I think it will start the meeting in a positive note, and we need that.
I kind of like it towards the end, I think, because it gets people into the rhythm of. I understand what you're saying, though. I'd have to think about it. I've always just assumed that the high voter turnout stuff would be towards the end to make sure we had quorum and we had a good, and the town meeting was as well attended as we could have it.
I mean, I think history bears this out, right? I mean, the most attended nights of town meeting are always the first night, right? Typically. So I think
And
wherever it falls, I would like it in that first night because that's where you're going to get the most people probably to show up and the most voters to be able to express their.
I mean, it would
their
be great
opinion
if we
on
had a
it.
one-night town meeting. We've done it before. But, you know, 2 nights would probably be a satisfactory answer too.
So, but do you know, we have to also consider the team from Elegant Banquets. Do you want to make them wait till day 4 possibly?
They can
Well,
join.
also they're gonna
Yeah.
have their architects there, so they're gonna have renditions of how it will look. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of,
We should consider their time.
Do
yeah.
they need an army or just a representative? Like they should be able to get like, what does it look like on their side for representation?
I believe it's just the architect that would be coming in with them.
And well, good banquets plus the architect, so it's more than just
Right,
the number of people that are associated with Elko banquets. Sounds like it's a handful. It's some principals, an architect, maybe a consultant.
right.
And then we have the historic deed person coming, or
Yeah, I would absolutely like him there. In case there were questions preservation wise.
let's see, Jacob, you haven't weighed in on whether this should be early or make everybody wait for the.
I kind of like my default position is not make special exceptions because then we could spend all day making special exceptions. On the other hand, we don't really have something like this that I can think of in recent. I mean, you all have more memory than I do, but in the last 4 years, 5 years at least. So it is a unique thing. They do have to travel far. I could see putting it maybe first item after the budget.
After the budget, not before
I
the
know the
budget.
budget's a huge thing, but that probably still gets them in the first day.
Laura, how do you feel?
I remember when that was originally voted in, there was a lot of frustration in the community that it was left until the last minute or the end of the warrant, and people wished that it was earlier so that they could have weighed in. I understand what you mean, John, about making a special exception, but for something that's so important for the community and the amount of work that we've put into it, my preference would be to have it earlier, you know, just in response to the fact that people didn't like having whitelisted at the end of the meeting, and we're finally at a really positive point for it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you recall what happened, I think, Laura, you can correct me, is people thought it was going to be carried over to the next day, but there was a motion to extend the time of town meeting. So it got a little confusing. So we certainly don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, we did almost have a special town meeting for it. So again, to the exception piece, we did almost try to do we tried to line up kind of a big exception and have the special town meeting in November. And just remembering last year, I think the first night we like barely got out of like the Northborough K through 8 budget and Algonquin. So that's just my concern is just, again, we don't know what's going to happen, but we could have lengthy discussions about the town budget, the K through 8, Algonquin, which makes it go long. And then you're either extending it after 10 or you're going to night 2, which you always have drop off. There's always less people those additional nights. Now for something like White Cliffs, maybe it brings them in. We don't know, but that's why I'm still leaning towards leading off with this this topic.
And so Laura, you're kind of in agreeing with Mike, right?
Yeah, for this case, And I'm not opposed to reviewing the warrant layout in its, entirety down the road, but for right now, I just think this particular item is really important. And it is different from a lot of the others in the sense that this is going back almost 10 years now. So we need a result. We need the enthusiasm for it, or to listen. I'm not explaining my words properly, but
If it's any consolation, Dolly votes yes early on.
Oh my gosh, she's gotten.
I know, she got so big. A baby anymore. She was just clawing up my leg.
So Jacob, where do you stand on this?
I was saying toward the beginning, but after the budget, which I understand Mike's point, that gives it some risk of getting kicked into number 2. I just see the budget as sort of like the big highlight item of like everyone's attention always, in my opinion. I mean, it's not going to hurt my feelings if you want to put it before the budget. And I agree that there's justification for treating it a little different than normal, like Mike pointed out.
And John, what have you changed your mind? Do you still want it at the end? What?
I'm just I'm reviewing the warrant articles are reflecting upon past town meetings. I mean, I'm not gonna hold up whatever we get is consensus. I would, given my own view, I would put it first after the capital improvement projects, and I'd get through those, and I think we get that done in day one, unless we run into just a really complicated town meeting, which I'm hopeful that with our way we're approaching things, we won't run into things we ran into last year. That's my preference. Like, I'm not gonna, if people have a strong preference to do it differently, I'll get behind what the team thinks.
So do we actually have to vote on this tonight? I don't think so, right?
No, I'll just put a little marker where I think we should do it.
And then it will split up the economic development and municipal property articles, which I do like having all together, but I'm not recommending we move everything forward. Because, well, for West Main, and so the TIF for St. Caban actually requires the town to approve it.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
no, I don't believe
That on the
so.
warrant?
Oh, yeah, I already got rid of one article.
It's
Hold on a minute.
on there. I wish it did, because it's a terrible deal for the town, but
No,
feel like
that was on from last year, I think.
I want St. Caban on record to know I think it's terrible. And if
Well, those executive session minutes haven't been released yet, John. So
that's okay. I'm just saying I think it's terrible. I'm not saying what everyone else thinks.
Really quickly, changing subjects. Speaking of things we can cross off the list there, Steph, allocation to stabilization fund, since we just have been talking about not putting an allocation to general stabilization, I think it's like toward the top. You could pencil that one up. It's right after the appropriations committee.
Oh yeah, got it. Yep, got it.
Sorry, could probably have done that offline, but
nope, that's good.
Hey, anything else that we need to comment on here?
I have maybe like a procedural question, and I apologize. This may just be my newness. So I tried to do a really good job of studying all the materials they gave us, go through all the trainings, read the handbook multiple times, and it says, and I know the handbook isn't law, 100% agree with that, but it says in the select board members handbook, whatever, the Massachusetts select board handbook, select board governs what appears in the warrant as well as the order of the articles. Obviously that's what we're talking about today. And then obviously we may add warrant articles by several means: on our own volition, by request of other town boards or committees, or obviously in the case of the petitions that have 10 signatures, we have no choice on those ones. So it's kind of an awkward question, and I ultimately, however the answer is the answer, but in the case of like a CPC request that the board doesn't support, are we required to put that on there? Or does that need to get on through petition? Or do we not know the answer to that?
I believe it has to go on according to, and Jason, would you be able to cite the law under CPC? Let's see, hold on a minute.
Anyway, if you can get, this is the procedural stuff I'm just trying to figure out because
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand how the interplay goes with the select board's duties to control the warrant. Obviously, petition items the select board has zero control over. But I couldn't find anywhere where it says other things we don't have control over.
Yeah, I'll double check on that.
Anyway, not that I feel passionately about that question. It was just something more interesting that I'm like, how does that actually work? Maybe it's never come up before. Or maybe we just as a courtesy put it on anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think that's under the law of the
CPC.
CPC, sorry. I'm
We could
thinking
just
capital of the
log-
CPC and that's why when I had the departments go before you for grants, just to make sure that, we have enough always for maintenance and whatnot for the second half of a project. Ultimately, you can not support it, but anyone can go before the CPC to bring a request to them. And I don't think that you could take it off the warrant because the way the voting mechanism is only through town meeting to appropriate the funds. So, but I will look further into that.
I guess that goes to in a similar vein. So if something where like a unanimous vote not to do something with the CIP article from the financial planning committee, and if there was a unanimous vote from the select board, does that make that article make the warrant as well?
Yes.
So the fact that
How
was
does
brought,
that work when it's our warrant?
Yeah. So they're advising you. They're advising you on capital items, whether or not, you agree.
But I think John's hypothetical was not only the financial planning committee votes no, hypothetically, if the select board also voted no on one of those items.
that's the
That
question.
seems to me it wouldn't go on the warrant unless there was a petition for it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
So that comes out.
I'm sorry, these aren't just like academic questions. They're questions I'd like to make sure we know the right answer to.
Yeah. And I would say if there was, if one committee felt very strongly and the board didn't, then maybe put it out to the voters because obviously there could be different opinion.
Sure. And I'm not trying to get into specifics. I'm just like trying to,
No, I think it's important to figure this
get
out.
ahead of any issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'd say if it was ultimately no with the committees and, it was all agreed, then you can take it off the warrant.
Except if it's CPA.
Yes, I will double check that, but I think CPA, the voting mechanism is town meeting to appropriate the funding and they have that capacity, the select board doesn't. So let me look into that.
And then the other question I have is I looked through the warrant and I love the organization of it, how it's organized in the buckets and has a flow to it. When we talk about pulling White Cliffs up, that's embedded in so many places on here in historical articles, economic development, land use easements,
Yeah.
and zoning articles. Would we just take all of those together and move them out of where they live?
Yes, yeah, that's what I would like to do. I think it will make more sense because they're all contingent on one another, so.
Okay. Any more questions on the warrant? I
What-
don't think that there's any other action we have to take on that tonight. Would you agree, Stephanie?
Yes,
Okay, but we're all gonna think about ideally where elegant banquets should appear. So,
Sorry, Madam Chair, one last question. Is it our next meeting on the 9th where we need to sort of Because that's when
Yeah,
we
you
would
have to
close it.
close on the 9th, correct? So that's March 9th.
So that's when we would finalize an order and would want to know if we have jurisdiction essentially to possibly remove an article for whatever reason.
Yes.
And that's where on some of the articles, we also take a vote on whether we support them or not.
Right.
We're doing
Okay.
that on the 9th. We're going to go through and vote on every article, and we're going to have what the article is and more information, and then we're going to take a vote on the 9th.
Mm-hmm. And then the
Great.
23rd is your joint meeting with appropriations.
Okay, so we won't, well, I mean, okay, but anything non-appropriations we'll take a vote on the 9th.
Yes.
Awesome, that's great. Looking forward to it.
Okay. Are we ready to move on? Okay. Next we have select board goals. We have been postponing this and I don't really want to postpone it anymore. So review and discussion of the draft summary of select board goals. We've had many weeks to go over this. Is the intention, Stephanie, to kind of simplify this into?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was broken down relatively, it was broken down based on the different members, but if you go to page, let's see. Is that true? The end of page 3 of 6, it states general priority goals. And then it goes to community engagement and communication, economic development, vision and collaboration. So we basically all have the same goals. I don't see, any issue with any of them. It's, of course, transparency. It's, don't hang on to properties we can't maintain. We all agree with that. The sidewalk program, we want to make sure we have a plan for that, just like CIP. Data-driven decision making, we all believe in that. We're already working on the recodification. Board and committee networking to make sure that we're all on the same page. There was the green communities. We want to make sure that, we're getting as much as we can in grant monies and doing the best for the environment. Community engagement and communication. I'm definitely into that. We all are, and transparency. So, there's ways that we can do that. Emergent actions, committee schedules. Yeah. So in a nutshell, I don't think any one of us disagreed with any suggestions that were brought up.
I would agree. What, any comments from the board? All right.
Just
Yeah,
one clarifying. I think the third bullet point on the first category, financial priorities, I just want to make sure that we're not showing something inconsistent here. Use free cash only for one-time expenditures, not recurring operational costs. I don't believe what we voted today is inconsistent with that goal, because I think, as Mike was pointing out, and I totally agree with him, from my view, one of the main reasons driving the need for us to allocate that 700,000 free cash was what I view as a you could call it an operational cost. Obviously the special education needs are operational costs, but from my perspective, based on what the superintendent told us, it didn't look to be recurring in the same sense as what we're trying to avoid here. It seems more of the nature of a one-time spike. Obviously, it's not going to go back down to zero, as Jason pointed out. There will still be continued growth in that cost, but it seemed more of a nature of a one-time expenditure to me, and that's why I don't think it is contrary to the goal stated here.
No, it isn't.
Thanks.
So do we want to take a vote to adopt these or?
Should we, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? So they're 25 and 26. They were done in June, and it's February 23rd. What's our goal here? Like, I feel like we'd be doing this in 2 months, and they shouldn't change a lot because, like, but I'm just trying to understand what we want to kind of get out of this.
I would say more organization. It's a lot of what we went through tonight, the entire budget process, making sure that everything is transparent, it's easily understood, public participation. As you can see from the summit to now, everything is evolving. So there's always work to do. There's always progress that we need to make. Yeah, it's just forever evolving. So
Because I look back to what, I mean, doing these in June and coming in and having a month of experience and still getting experience every day. I would even look at my goals from what I've learned and encountered over the past, over this past almost a year, is maybe even be a little bit more precise here about like the things I want to actually tackle. I think these are fine. I think they're consistent. I think they're all strategic things that, we need to do, and they're broad enough that things kind of fit into them, I think. So I just trying to more just understand like how we want to actually use this as an operating model, or if it's an academic exercise, we want to go and say, oh yeah, here they are. Remember these?
no, I mean, there's no way these goals can be put on the back burner because this is an everyday part of our municipal being. This is what we have to do in order to.
Yeah, I mean,
laws
we're
and-
doing everything here. We're doing, like, I'm not looking at anything here that we're not doing.
Right.
So it doesn't. That's what I'm trying to get a better understanding of how to make them more like specific, measurable, like things. But that's it. It's like this is fine. Like this is like motherhood and apple pie. Just trying to understand how I want to use it.
Well, so I think that we've been pretty consistent in our message to the town that we're going to pay very, very close attention to the budget. And, even things like, the data-driven decision-making processes, we're doing it, but it's helpful to have, kind of come together as a group to identify the goals that we want to accomplish. And so in June, we'll look back on this document and say, what did we get done? Did we get an economic development committee done? Did we get a sidewalk plan? Did, that it's a benchmark for us too.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, but just be clear, I don't see Economic Development Committee on here, which is good because I don't think I want it anymore.
It's in there, but it's also like are we voting on all
oh, it is with Laura.
6?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, is it all 6 pages? Because some of it seems more like notes about discussion that took place.
Yeah, that's right.
Totally.
And
I think
not-
it was like page 3 that it starts with the different sections that we all agreed to.
So
Yeah.
would it be helpful if we kind of, edited this and got rid of some of the commentary and made it?
Yeah, I can do that. Want me to do that? And I'll just send it via email. And then,
Yeah, we can vote on it quickly next time. It's if you
Yeah.
edit it down to,
the categories.
yeah.
Yeah, because some of it is just like discussion and.
Right.
I really like the general priority goals.
Yeah, exactly.
So say, for example, under financial priorities, if we wanted to add something specific like, make a really good attempt to look at health insurance policies and see what we can do to reduce costs there. Is that
not specific enough? I like
I mean, that's what we do
but,
anyway. Yeah.
But try hard. Like I'd almost be like, review health insurance policies by this state, understand health plan adjustments that we should recommend to X by this date. Like, we need to hold ourselves really accountable in terms of like what we're gonna do versus, you know, things that say we should talk about it.
So, I mean, with that said, from an internal standpoint of what we do every day, we have those internal controls. But for instance, what we're going through now, if you said, make sure that all the collective bargaining agreements agree by March 1st, like I can't do that.
Can't do that.
It's not like,
You have
right.
to look
So,
at look at all your collective bargaining agreements and put them layered in on the dates in which you could do it and have a comprehensive plan for health insurance.
yeah, well, that's what we're doing now. From the time that we put out the bid, got our new consultant company from insurance, to having them go to Harvard Pilgrim. They showed us where we would be if we did nothing. We said we have to do something. So now we're incorporating all of the outside plans. In order to do that, we have to open up the contracts. Already, we're going to offer the HSA as just a, hopefully people will sign up. But other than that, this is how we operate. We will do whatever we can possibly do to save money for the town. But I don't think from a goal standpoint, unless it was something that was, like try to sell for West Main, or try to, that's something that's broad, but it's specific. Whereas this, we do whatever we can do within the time frame that we have. And there's so many variables, as you can see.
Prioritize it. I think there's a planning in getting information in a way that we can digest it with a lot of time, and that can prepare us to do these things. So for instance, the way you described, as you were talking, it was resonating, was on health insurance, create a schedule of all of the union agreements, contract end date and current, and have their current benefits for health insurance on a nice, easy, single page thing where we can look at it collectively and understand it. Like, that would be useful because we kind of know when things are coming, and we could put into our calendar, and we can also assess on what health insurance, like for instance, I know some of our unions have imaging that might be free, or like there's other things, like we got to figure these things out in the state of the state if we're going to really do this, or just kind of like take a shot once in a while and it's not going to get traction.
No, we're already doing all that. See, that I understand from your perspective because you don't deal with this every single day, but this is what we're doing. We already know the dates of the contract. We already know what it says in the contract. So we're trying to, and for the most part, health insurance is the same. The school is different, and obviously Southborough's a little bit different, but we're trying to get everybody on the same page, which will be nice. And yeah, it's just a lot of, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? They could say absolutely not. Let's just stay the way we are. But our goal is to make a move that even this much can help us financially for fiscal year 27.
But Stephanie, you're talking about addressing health insurance costs for 27. I think John wants to look at this so that when we when we have to do contract negotiations with every one of the departments, that we really look at health insurance as part of those contracts.
Oh, this will be an annual thing, because next year, I guarantee you, it's going to be just as high. So absolutely, that is what.
Hope not. I hope the rates aren't 16. With Ozempic coming off and with plan restatements, I'm hopeful that like we're in a 2-year shock.
Well, the 12.44 was with Ozempic coming off.
My understanding is that won't come off until it comes out of our claims data. But I might be wrong. But what I'm interested is an executive summary that says, here are the union agreements, and here are the end dates, and then an executive summary on net health insurance that we can all have, and it should be current, and it should be something that we can all have a conversation together on, looking at the same thing.
Yeah,
Other than
we can do that.
I feel like you're doing all the right activity. It's just not, the five of us aren't going to really be on the same page or understand it because we're not doing the activity with you. We need an executive summary
Absolutely. Yeah,
in
I
order to
can
be
do
able
that for
to-
you, a summary.
That
Yeah.
would be in a live document that we refresh every time we have to. That would be a really useful thing for the select board, I believe.
Yep, that's good. I'll do that.
One of the other things under financial priorities that I'm getting a sense from the board, or at least some of you, is that in the fall, when we set the tax rate, we're going to have to really think about how that tax rate will affect future Proposition 2.5. So that's kind of a specific goal, but I just, for me personally, I know that I'm gonna really delve into that much more because thanks to, all of you for
We
asking.
learned, right? Like, I think we all learned a lot about this
Uh-huh.
over the past 6 to 9 months. And I was also single tax rate makes a lot of sense. And now I understand why commercial and residential, the benefits of exploring that deeper, which I didn't appreciate, which I think we've got to make sure we're not having those conversations in November, maybe. I don't know the time frame, but we're starting to look at it. I'm making up dates now. Is it September? I don't know how the calendar is going to really work.
Yeah, not just in one meeting, but yeah, so maybe that could be added to our goals is, I don't know how to say it, a much more comprehensive evaluation of
I
tax.
do like I like where you're going, Julianne. I think we've got really good consistency and things are tied together. And I think we've got to get through a successful town meeting here. And we've got to go and we have a lot of work to do. But like right after that, these goals should turn specific. Like, what are we going to do and when are we going to do it?
Well, and Steph, these goals were supposed to be for a review period for when? What time frame?
Well, we were shooting for April.
So like to review you in April based on these goals.
Oh, no, the way I'm looking at this is future at past April. So
Okay.
this is in the future. Yes.
Okay.
So
this would,
last year was what you would be looking at in April. So these
Okay.
are our future goals moving forward after town meeting. So my evaluation is obviously the whole year prior.
What year's that?
What's that?
What's that mean, the year prior? It's the year we're currently in from
Yes.
May to April, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So before.
but originally we wanted these goals sort of solidified for that review period, which ends in April, but we've gone well past. Right? If I'm remembering when this all started.
I thought we already had a framework for what we were using as the guides for what we were looking to, correct? That we were looking at that we'll review for April.
Yeah,
but
it's
think
just
this
bounced.
is moving forward for the future, because I think there was that the partial year that we had started with last year.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's my question.
So
It's just bounced around a lot.
We're not going to use these goals as the framework. We're going to use the goals from last year, correct, Steph?
Yes, that makes sense
Because I think we've already got that form or that document that we created.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think you're gonna have to send that out again, Stephanie.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Send out old goals.
So basically, right after town meeting, we look at that whole process. And I think did we have a rubric for that?
I have to look it up.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. All right. Well, any other questions about the goals? So we have acknowledge that we want it edited a little bit. Take out the commentary. We're gonna get, once we get it again, we're, as we move along, we're gonna get much more specific about action items, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the other things before we move on would be under economic development. Oh, it does say, okay, it says form an economic development committee. Great. So to get specific, we're gonna have to look at the composition of that committee. And that will have to be,
Where do you see that goal?
it's under, it's on page 4, number 4, economic development, form an economic development committee.
I think there wasn't a majority of you that wanted that, but
Oh, really?
well, I don't know, maybe there was a majority, but some people.
I think it requires further discussion and what this.
Yeah, that my I wasn't like a yes or no strongly on that. I was more of like needs exploration, like what would be its scope, how would it be comprised, those kinds of questions. I didn't if I
And I'm
sounded
pretty sure that MPIC wanted input on that, and they should be getting back to us next month.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just keep it as a hold item.
Okay. All right, any other questions on this? Questions, comments? All right. We can move on. All right, on to reports. Laura, would you
I've
like,
got nothing. I've got nothing today. I'm sorry.
Jacob?
I can't think of anything. Appropriations that we've kind of talked about what they've talked about, so I won't rehash. Steel has been brought and delivered to the construction site Wednesday. The FSBC is going to do a walkthrough, and then we have our meeting there, so we'll have more update on our next meeting. That's all that comes to mind. I'm sorry if I'm missing something.
Mike?
No reports.
John?
No reports.
So, then I'm going to speak for the board and offer my condolences to Michelle Sully's family. As you all know, she passed away last week. My interactions with her were always that she was friendly, but efficient and helpful, and always very generous of her time. So, as is often said in times like this, knowing her was a blessing, and may her memory be a blessing. And if anyone is interested in the arrangements, we got an email from Lori. Diane or Steph, do you want to say anything?
I think you said it beautifully. She made a big difference to the community. She cared about it, and will definitely be missed. Absolutely. Yeah. Her sense of humor, I think. Yeah.
Okay, and then just a couple of things. I attended Cultural Council, and I don't want to steal their thunder, but they have a great public art project coming up, actually 2. And they will have events in the spring. They'll have Porch Fest again and Open Studio again. And the Historic District Commission, sorry, I don't have the exact date, but I think it's May 30th, I think. You have to double check, but they will have a celebration of the Declaration of Independence. So one more thing, I just want to remind people, if anyone is still interested that or listening, that tomorrow night, Stephanie and Diane, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the Board of Health will address the the issue of having chickens on your property and some regulations around that. And that will be a public hearing, correct?
Tuesday, yes, yes.
Okay.
And that does not require a select board vote, right? That's just something then.
No.
Yeah.
Board of Health is very independent of us, I think. Okay, so. Oh, what did I do with my agenda? All right. Then next on the agenda is public comment. Anyone here who would like to offer public comment? Okay, and then future agenda items. Anyone want to see anything? There are some already listed. Like next month we do the closed town meeting warrant, but is there anything that people want discussed? Jacob?
This is maybe, I should have thought of it when our finance director was on, or maybe he's still listening. We don't have to discuss it right now, but maybe in the future. It was something that popped up when, as it back to my nibbling on the elephant metaphor. A couple meetings ago, it seems John had a great idea to try to capture $10,000 with CPC money, and the CPC committee was very gracious and actually heard that request right away on short notice, and I believe they just within that committee at least they voted to use 10,000 of their administrative, like they have about 45,000 or something like that, to pay contractors and things like that. They voted to use the 10,000 of their administrative fund to meet that. Remember, this was a cost share portion for a feasibility study with respect to trails. Ringing a bell?
Oh, yeah.
The reason I'm bringing it up in the context of maybe some financial policy directions or just commentary for Jason and Steph to think about is we were being told that was going to be paid for by $10,000 from a different line item, an operating budget on the planning department. I would suggest, because we've now met that need with this 10,000, we could reduce that budget by 10,000 because we were going to use it for this. Now we don't have to. Bingo, bango. We just took another $10,000 nibble out of the elephant. Poor elephant. That's just a thought. Leave it with you all to think about or talk about in the future. I don't know that that's the level of nuance we need to get into on the select board, but I'm really just trying to think of everywhere we can possibly find money.
Yes, and I'm sure it's much appreciated. Anyone else? Future agenda items? I have one, and that goes back to the conversation about the donations earlier in the meeting about the Be Well event. I think we need to have a gift policy. So we'll have to discuss that maybe in April. Okay. Any other business to come before the board? Nothing? Okay, it's 11:25. We still have half an hour.
It's
Just
really
kidding. And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
so moved by John or Jacob? Moved by Jacob, seconded by Laura. It still has to be a roll call vote. Mike, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good
Stay
night.
safe,
Have
stay
a good
warm,
night. Bye, everybody.
Good night.
enjoy